Good evening. Welcome to the meeting of the Yarmouth Board of Selectmen of February 26, 2019. Please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, we will start our meeting with public comment. Does anybody like to please come to the... Good evening.
Good evening. Woo! Shocking. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Holcomb's not here.
Mr. Holcomb is not here, but my understanding is he's probably watching at a remote location.
Oh, he's watching. Okay, so if I say his name, he'll know him. Okay.
Yeah.
That's good. Hi, good evening, Board of Selectmen. My name is Katie Castano. I'm a Yarmouth resident. I'm in Precinct 1. And I have two daughters in the DY schools, at the middle school and the high school. And I wanted to thank Mr. Holcomb for taking the time. He met with me and another mom regarding some of these school-based issues that are facing us. And I appreciated the conversation, and I found him to be thoughtful and warm and a little experimental in his ideas. And at one point, I asked the chairman about what legacy was to be left behind as we look toward the future. And his response was that the most important thing that needed to occur was repairing the broken relationship between Dennis and Yarmouth. And while I understand the rationale behind the board's decision to apply a lawsuit against the school committee in order to speed up the process of a regional agreement, I simply cannot see how that action in any way promotes forward movement for your end game. While it has certainly sped up the process of attempting to achieve a draft of a regional agreement, this action has caused more divisiveness and it has stifled openness. The use of spurs will often make a horse go faster, but it does leave scars. In our conversation, we also talked about how these actions are causing irreparable damage to the reputation of our schools. I made clear that our town's negative perception of our schools is not accurate and that many are not aware of critical pieces of data regarding our district's performance in comparison with others in the state. So this lack of understanding and perpetuating negativity cause our town members to believe that a new building is not worth it if what's happening inside is broken. So I would like the board to look at the faces of some of those kids back there and tell them that you don't think they're worth it and that the slim majority of those who voted feel the same. So I'm here to tell you that what happens inside the classrooms is not broken. What's happening at that decision-making meeting is. I can't help but hope that you would like out of this situation. Even your own legal counsel has said this suit has no hope of succeeding. It's a waste of taxpayer money. I know you are waiting on Dennis to agree and to compromise on the proposal, and that you have said that you would drop the suit if they did so. So my request is to stop waiting and do what's right. You could, here tonight, drop the suit and recognize that the maneuver was attempted to manipulate our neighbors' actions. And then if you decide to carry on, I could in turn do the same. I could offer a floor amendment at town meeting to defund legal counsel fees that are set aside in the budget to prevent this lawsuit from going forward. Yarmouth taxpayers do not need to pay the legal fees associated with against our volunteers who are trying to serve the schools. But then we just have another ridiculous cycle of manipulative power plays. Instead, I would suggest that you and your Dennis counterparts resolve to compromise by dropping egos and past errors and do what's best for the futures of our towns by dropping the suit. Recently, the Nauset school system...
Ma'am, you got to wrap this up. We have a lot of people here.
The Nauset school system placed an ad in our local newspaper inviting our kids to their open house. And what struck me about the ad was that there was a picture of pop star Meghan Trainor as part of the enticement. And they have a few rising stars for sure, but what the DY district has is teams. winning teams, whole teams who work together toward greatness, Super Bowl teams, championship field hockey and ice hockey teams, swaths of group wins for marching band and color guard, and our kids from both towns have been working together to achieve greatness. Even though we're two towns, we, the families of the DY Regional School District, are a team. We are one community. So take a lesson from the kids and families. Let your legacy, hopes of relationship healing begin by dropping the suit.
Thank you. Before I go on to the next speaker, for you to quote our town council saying the lawsuit has no hope is a gross misstatement. He never said anything of that sort, nor do we take that position. Who's next? Vita? Oh, sir.
My name is Don Marino. I live at 9 Ellis Circle in Yarmouthport. I've never met the lady that just spoke, but I hope she runs for the Selectmen. And I would support her 100%. I'm a senior citizen, senior citizen, and I'm concerned about my taxes. And I don't see how losing $44 million in state aid is going to benefit this town, benefit the reputation of this town, benefit my property values that depend upon people's perception of how we run our schools. And I agree with the young lady that just spoke, that this whole thing comes across to me as being anti-school. And I know you're not anti-school. I know that you want to have the kids have a good education. I think we all want that. But that's not what's coming across. That's not when you read in the paper that we may lose $44 million, that we're suing our own school system. I mean, just what she said, the amicus that this does is bad for everybody. Last piece, I'll make it very short, is I've seen a lot of things in the paper, and I've talked to a lot of people. I haven't seen any communication from you guys, from the selectmen, on what you're going to do to solve this. Now, there's been a lot of suggestions. Get arbitration, make a thing, but I think you need to let the citizens know in writing, in my house, not in the newspaper, what you're going to do to solve this impasse, get this thing resolved, and assure us that the $44 million is not going south.
Thank you. Two quick comments, sir. One of the things we were negotiating for with Dennis in terms of a revision of the agreement were provisions for mediation and arbitration. The second thing is we are continuing to try to work on a solution. Unfortunately, I can't give you details because a lot of those are protected within the context of the executive sessions. Vita?
I think it's kind of interesting that the lady who spoke indicated the prowess of the athletic prowess of the school district as being preeminent. It's interesting that she didn't mention academic standards and achievements. I think that says a great deal. Now, the lawsuit, of course, has nothing to do with the district agreement. It has everything to do with how the vote on the new school building ended up being taken. Instead of using the section written into the district agreement to use town meeting process, the school district and the school committee decided to go shopping and see if they could find something else because they foresaw one thing or another. And so they found a very imperfect section within the Chapter 70 law, and that is exactly the basis on which the lawsuit, I think, has been filed. And I hope that we will continue with it because the situation is really untenable the way it is right now. I would suggest that if people have some suggestions that they have for the for fixing the district agreement, that they go to the school committee or maybe even directly to the subcommittee that has been appointed to deal with that. That is their prerogative and their responsibility. It's too bad that over the years, Mrs. Woodbury kept telling everyone who would listen that it was the two towns, meaning the selectmen of the two towns, needed to fix the agreement and amend it. And everybody on the school committee agreed with her, and then even the selectmen. Nobody bothered to read the agreement, which very clearly states the only entity that can amend the agreement is the school committee in Section 6. So now they're finally on track there, and let's see what they'll come up with. But I wish that this information would not be spread.
Anyone else? Yes.
My name is Julie Edwards. I live in the town of Yarmouth, Precinct 1. I'm just going to read this because I'm not a good public speaker. My husband and I have lived in Yarmouth since 1993. We have 3 children in the high school. I volunteer in the community to provide free soccer and basketball opportunities to children with special needs in the DY district. This is supported by the DY schools, YD Soccer, and Yarmouth Rec Department. We live in a great community. Police officers and teachers have coached my kids throughout their years. Again, we live in a great DY community. We own 3 homes in the town of Yarmouth. Our home, a duplex we rent yearly, and a summer rental. The new school will impact our taxes significantly. My children will not attend the grade 4 to 7 school, but all of my daughters have gone to Manique's Middle School, and we are in desperate need of a new building. I support the new school. My middle daughter was in 3rd grade when we regionalized in 4th grade. When she was able to sit beside and make friends with Dennis children, it made her school experience even better. I was able to meet new, wonderful families. My children had more support now. I had another family looking out for my child, and I was invested in their child's success also. Regionalization made our town stronger. I don't think of myself as a Yarmouth parent, but rather a DY parent. My biggest concern with the towns of Dennis and Yarmouth is their inability for the 2 boards to work together. This is a tangible, in-your-own-community form of government that is vital for everyone's voice to be heard and for our children to learn how government can work. It should demonstrate how we as adults work together for the common good, respect each other's opinions and views. Our goal is to work together tirelessly to reach a compromise or agreement. I cringe when I hear in the news that Dennis and Yarmouth voters are fighting again over school issues. This is simply not true. I am not fighting with any Dennis family. I proudly sit beside them at school concerts and school sports events. We are on the same side. We are not the issue. The Board of Selectmen is the issue. I'm extremely disappointed that we've come to the point where we are now. Neither side is demonstrating listening to each other. Neither side is finding what we have in common and how we can work together. Both boards, Dennis and Yarmouth, are invested in their communities, and that's just one thing we do have in common. But I know there is so much more. Our focus now appears to be solely on our disagreement. These issues have become a fight where no one can win. Whomever wins will further alienate and destroy any semblance of a working relationship, and the one that loses will not respect the winner. My recommendation is get back to talking and listening, find a mutually agreed upon mediator or even people from the community from each town, someone that can slowly and carefully repair the relationship that is vital now and for the future of DY. As always, I consider myself a proud DY resident.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to be heard? Public comment on any? Yes.
How are you? My name is Tim Blake. I'm a new resident here in Yarmouth. I just moved to 34 Frost Ave, and before someone else mentions it, I am the principal also of the Wixon School. So I'd like to speak as a parent and a father of 3 boys, but I realize my position in the community and probably should say just a word as being the principal of the school building. I don't think it's any surprise when the vote happened the way that it did, that the staff at Wixon was excited. We were elated. Education is a tricky, fun, rewarding, awesome responsibility that we all take on, and we love it. With the lawsuit happening, it doesn't make our jobs as teachers any easier, and I find that really disappointing. I wasn't asked by the teachers that come here to speak, but I'm sure I could speak for them in saying, we hope that both sides get the job done and do it quickly for the benefit of our kids. We want to support the teachers all that we can, and we don't want to give them one more thing to worry about when they go to work. What I wanted to speak about at a personal level is I have a different experience, I think, than a lot of residents here. I just lived in a community for 2 years who fought over renovation, building new. I've been to meetings like this with quite literally 70 registered speakers. I listened to parents bawl their eyes out with their kids about schooling. And one thing I didn't think people ever thought about in that community, and I hope it doesn't happen here either, is when these things happen, it's not surprising when people leave. When people leave, money goes with it. We all know that enrollment is vital to support education. I know that happened where I live because I'm here talking to you tonight. I was one of the families the superintendent of schools in my old community warned the city council, people will leave, and I don't want that to happen here. The second thing I wanted to bring up is as we were looking for a new home, people were excited to learn, where are you looking for a home? In the district, right? Absolutely. Where are you educating your 3 sons? In the district. They go to Wixon, Mattakees, and DY. So for the past few months while we've been looking, every time we get a comment from a parent, that is great that you're looking to stay here. So I'm a new Yarmouth resident, as of 3 weeks. So it hasn't been long. But people come up to me, did you find a home? Yes. Where did you find a home? Yarmouth. Oh. I don't want that to be here. I'm asking you to, whatever differences that I'm sure each side feel just, to come together, please. There's many good reasons that I'm probably very unaware of that this is happening, but it needs to be solved. So when we talk about legacy and reputations, at some point in the history books, they'll be like, we almost didn't get the new school, but people came together and did the right thing. I'm excited to be here, but I'm not excited to hear those comments because I don't want them to be true, and I can't believe that you would want them to be true either. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Hi.
Good evening.
My name's Lindsay Pietro. I live at 10 Tall Pines in Yarmouthport, and I didn't prepare a written statement. My only request would be if we could drop this lawsuit. That would be so great. I know we have really valid reasons. It was the way to get Dennis to come to the table. I agree with every other speaker who's been up here so far that we're so close to losing this funding, and it would just be, we talk about where our tax dollars go anyways, and we're all paying to this Commonwealth. Can we get some back to fund this school that I think would benefit our students and our communities? I think it's super embarrassing, to be honest. We were in Vermont, ironically enough, Mr. Holcomb, over last week's break, and we weren't far from Killington. And it just, we're seeing my husband's friend that he grew up with over in Dennis, how's things back in DY? It's it's embarrassing. Our towns we can't get along, and we need this, we need our selectmen to get along better with our school committee. I think baby steps. Can we drop the lawsuit, get them to come to the table with the, foundation enrollment compromise, maybe put this stip in there that we come back to the table and are required to renegotiate these terms within 6 months. Don't make it 3 years, whatever. And then we can get back to each of those 11 points that we've gone to after we receive this funding. But with the point of foundation enrollment, everybody agrees with that. I didn't unfortunately get the numbers from Mr. Jenks before the meeting tonight to see what kind of money that would be that Dennis would be paying for their choice and charter and pre-K kids. But it's a starting place, and it would be really great if we could, walk towards each other. You know what I mean? So thank you very much
Thank you.
for all that you do. Yeah.
Is anyone else? Yes.
Good evening. My name is Will Rubenstein. I live in Precinct 1. I live in Precinct 1. I work in Precinct 1. My wife and I moved here just about 15 years ago now to buy Camp Wingate Kirkland and start a family. And now that little person who was born just after we moved here is 15, and she has a sister who's 8. We love Cape Cod. We love Yarmouth, not just as residents and as parents, but also as employers. We represent the town of Yarmouth all over the world. We have served 3,000 children, probably 1,000 staff in just the 15 years we've been here, and are very proud to continue the legacy that was started by both Joel Wilson and Pearl at David Silverman and Judy Silverman 62 years ago. We deserve a good reputation. We have the ability to maintain a good reputation. After serving for 2 years on the school building committee as a Yarmouth resident and volunteer, it's difficult to have conversations with people who don't live on the Cape, much less in Yarmouth or Dennis, without them saying, well, wait a second. So you're telling me that the Board of Selectmen in your town is suing your school committee? That's what people's very quick reaction is. Now, again, there's a ton of details involved here, and I totally get that, and I totally respect it. But the fact that it has gotten to this point is a reflection that our reputation is on the verge of going to a place where it shouldn't have to go and doesn't really belong. A lot of people believe what they believe, but nobody disagrees that Mattakese and Wixon need to be fixed. Nobody disagrees on that. And as a big brother for the last 4 years for Carlos, both 2 years at ME Small, which isn't even in the conversation and should be, and 2 years now at Wixon, I am just humbled by the amount of quality work that goes on in both of those buildings, despite their physical shortcomings would be generous. So, given the nature of the Massachusetts School Building Authority, which I have learned more than I ever thought I would by serving on the school building committee, and given the opportunity and jumping through all of the hoops that we've jumped through to get the funding and get the smoke to come out of the chimney in Boston and have it be the right color, I urge you, I beg you to figure out a way to embrace this opportunity to maintain our reputation as well as the future of the the second grader, who, when I told her the morning after the vote was announced, I can't describe her reaction. Now, is it true that one town voted majority no thanks and the other one said majority yes please? That's true. But the last time I checked, we're in a shared joint school district. So the overall vote was the yeses won. And I understand what was said before about process and everything else, but it's really hard to wake up the next day when you've won and now somehow be at a meeting 4 months later and feel like you lost. And I just don't understand. So if you would please allow the district to continue the educational reputation and quality that it deserves in spite of 3 buildings that really should be knocked down tomorrow, and give us the chance as 2 communities on a parallel universe, like in the show 24. Kiefer Sutherland's over here trying to get the bad guy, and you guys are over here negotiating with Dennis, and somewhere over here there's a school being built, and that can all happen at the same time. You know it can. It's in your hands.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Okay, seeing none. The next item, which is Dennis Yarmouth Regional School District Agreement discussion, I let some of that time be used for public comment because there's so many people that wanted to speak. So what I'll just do is go to the board and ask if any board members want to make any general comment. Obviously, we can't discuss things that go on between ourselves and our attorneys. We can't discuss things that go on within our executive session sessions, but we can talk in general terms, or we can talk to address any of the comments that were made here tonight that don't require us to go into confidential or privileged places. Tracy?
Well, first of all, thank you all for coming. I think it's important, and I love when people participate in the community and get themselves involved. And you see some kids here, which is nice.
I think that gentleman's indicating he can't hear.
Oh, you can't hear me? I'm sorry. I just want to say I'm only going to speak from my own personal feelings. There's members on our board that feel the same way. I take everything that you're saying to heart. I can only say for myself personally, this isn't the situation I think to feel good about. I agree with that. But we as a board are very proud of our town. We don't serve because we're not. We love our town. And we try to balance all the fractions of the town the best that we can. And you know, the kids, those are our families. Without a good educational system, there are a lot of things that, you know, a town revolves around a solid educational system. So, you know, we hear a lot of sound bites, unfortunately, and it's a very, very complicated issue that, you know, we can't go over every piece tonight, but I just want to say that I believe everybody sitting here takes all of your comments to heart, and we really try to do our best to balance everything and take everything into consideration. You know, I know Mike talked about it at the beginning, about some of the things that are said, things about a mediator. We'd love to have a mediator. I don't think anybody here wants to be in this situation that we're in right now. It's not a good situation. But we feel we're doing what's best for the future, for our families, and for all of the taxpayers together. I don't think I ever saw sitting on this board having it play out the way that it did. I think that we're doing our best, and hopefully we come up with something that all of us will be proud of at the end. You know, there's a lot of things that we can talk about because this has been going on for so many years. I can tell the public from my own personal view, I watched from the outside like you did 12 years ago, 10 years ago. I've been sitting on this board for 9 years. I joined this board because one of my biggest goals was to resolve the school issue that had been going on for so long. And now, you know, sadly, I'm part of that for 9 years. We have not really made the progress that we've made, the hurt and the feelings and, you know, the towns, you know, and to say we don't get along, actually I get along personally with all of them. It's not personal. We're all doing what we feel is best for our people. And so it does get emotional, but I don't really believe that a school building or a physical structure really makes what our district is. Our district is the people. Our district has always been supported from this board, I can say. We do our best. Our police get 2.5% every year. Our fire department gets 2.5% every year. We do the best we can with the funds that we have. We have a lot of people that are on fixed incomes. And, you know, what we were really looking for is some fairness, some equality. But I have to say, too, that regardless of what happens in this situation, this board is committed to funding our school buildings. Should something happen with this, that doesn't mean that this town isn't going to invest in our school buildings. We will. We have to. There's no other way around it. So I think that that's important for people to know, that we will have to come up with a plan B. It may not be exactly what you see today, but there will be something. You will have investment in your school. It's the bottom line. It's going to happen, regardless if it's this or a different project. But that's from my heart. I can say, you know, we sit here. It's not easy. It's not the situation we want to be in, but here we are, and we're trying to do the best we can. So that's my 2 cents.
Thank you, Tracy. Does anyone else want to comment? Eric?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to say 2 things. One, to the comment that the schools are broken, and that may not be the exact comment, but I, like many of you, have 2 boys at the high school, and I would not trade their educational experience for any other school on Cape. One of my sons has been recruited by other schools for sports, and you always weigh the options of sports and curriculum. We have decided not to leave DY because I believe so strongly in the people in that building. It's not the building that makes the educational experience. It's the people, and it's in large part, it's the parents. I get daily emails from teachers telling me when my kids have screwed up. Maybe not daily, but maybe it seems like it. But I appreciate that, and I think that they do too, because I think that is not common to have involved parents. And the other thing I want to speak to is that this issue is not new. I realize that it may be new to some of you, but when I was elected to this board in 2009, then Chairman Jim Hobart and I started meeting with Dennis Selectmen to talk about not necessarily how to craft a new regional agreement, but how to repair the relationship that was recently broken in 2006. In 2010, when Tracy was elected and I became chairman, Tracy and I carried that torch. For 6 years, I was chairman, and 6 years, Tracy and I were the front people for this movement. I can't tell you how many hundreds of hours we sat in that high school library with mediators, arbitrators, negotiators. We took classes with the Board of Selectmen from Dennis on how to be good faith bargainers and interest-based bargainers, and how to get along. We split into focus groups. I mean, how many times were we meeting? It seemed like we were meeting every week for a couple hours with the people from Dennis. So this has been going on for 8 years. This is not new. So I don't want you to think that any of this was prompted by the new school vote. That the regional agreement doesn't have anything to do with the issue of the school vote. We have been for 8 years, and we will continue to work on the regional agreement. And I think that there are things that the 2 towns agree on, but there are things that we don't agree on. And obviously, as in any negotiation, those are the sticking points. You hear it a lot. Successful negotiation was when both sides walk away unhappy. And, at some point that will happen. But it's a work in progress, and we've been at it for a long time. So please don't think that this is new. Please don't think that we aren't trying, because we have been trying for a very long time, and we have been working very hard at it. So those are just the 2 things that I wanted to say, just to kind of let people know that how hard we are working. Thank you.
I think just one other thing that I'd like to say to Eric's point is that, you know, when this new school building opportunity came along, I think this board made it pretty clear that having a new school building would be something that we would only support under a new agreement. Under a different, fairly funded, different funding agreement. Oh, it's been at our meetings. We've been discussing that for probably at least a minimum of 2 years, Dan. I don't know how long it's so. I guess my point is that, you know, the timing is not good, but this isn't. This really should have been resolved, in my opinion, prior to the vote, when we wouldn't have had this clock ticking emergency that's been created, unfortunately, because we've been very, very clear about what our support would be under the current funding formula, and that we wouldn't be supporting a new school under that agreement. So it's an unfortunate time.
Why did you let it get so far?
It has not. It's not in our control, sir.
Why did you let it
Sir,
get so
please.
far? You could have said something.
You're out of order.
Sorry.
Well, we've been here saying it, so.
I'll address that, your question, when I get an opportunity to make some comments. But you shouldn't interrupt Selectman Post.
Sorry about that.
Do you have anything else?
No, I'm done.
Mark, do you want to make any comments?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I, too, would like to thank everybody for being here tonight. I know this is an issue that is dominating conversation here in our community. I can tell you that I hear this topic every day and this conversation every day. And I know people are very, very concerned about the final outcome of this. I'm the newest member of the board, and when I arrived here, there was actually some sense of optimism that we were close. We were making progress in these discussions, and that I think there was at least some hope on my part that we would bring this whole area of disagreement to some reasonable resolution relatively quickly. But it hasn't happened. My kids went to the DY system. I'm very proud of the education that they received. I spend time in the schools, and I'm very proud of the people that serve and work in the DY school system. I think they do an outstanding job. And like Eric, I too would not trade my kids' education here for any other school or any other place. But I think it's also important to understand that the regional agreement that's sort of at the heart of this dispute, there are officials in both towns that see this agreement as in need of being fixed and repaired. I think that's important to understand. This is just not a one-sided conversation. I have a great deal of respect for former State Rep Cleon Turner. He and I have talked about this subject at length. I have enormous respect for his assessment on the flaws in this agreement. And I would like to think that at some point we will come to consensus, and hopefully that'll happen soon. I don't know if you're aware of this, but the school committee does have a placeholder article, I know, in our town meeting, and I believe that they have put another placeholder in the Dennis town meeting. And my understanding is they hope to present to the town meeting changes to the regional agreement, because as was stated earlier, it's the school committee that needs to sort of present before the town meetings the appropriate changes in the agreement for both towns to consider. So I know I suspect what they come up with. I know they have a subcommittee that's working on this, and they expect to be making a report soon. My suspicion is that they've heard from Dennis and they've heard from Yarmouth. And my sense is that they're probably not going to give Yarmouth everything. They're not going to recommend everything that Yarmouth has asked for, and they probably won't do the same for Dennis. But I think, as been said before, sometimes we need to find compromise and common ground. So I'm very much looking forward to their report, their recommendations. I'd like to think that at the end of the day, we'll all have an opportunity to review and reflect and give due deference to their thoughts, their suggestions. And so like just about everybody here in this room, I too want to see a quick resolution of this. So, and whether that's mediation or whatever form it takes, it's critically important that we do this soon. The thing that we're all mindful here, and that hasn't been discussed, is that there's a lot at stake, and we know there's a lot at stake with our kids and our children, but we have other things that we have to do together, with our neighbors to the east. Ever since I joined this board, I've been spending a ton of time and a ton of energy looking at how we can work together and cooperatively on clean water. We're going to have to come to an agreement. We're going to have to iron that out. We're going to have to figure out a way to work through our differences and come to some common ground. And the fact of the matter is, we can't afford 8 years of this kind of ongoing negotiation and this ongoing discussion. What I regret is the name-calling and some of the terms that are being used. I'm not going to engage in it. I don't think it's productive. I have enormous respect for the Dennis Selectmen and their board and the leadership of the town. And I'd like to think that we can find a way to work together to get this resolved and get it resolved soon. Like I said, if mediation is what it takes, I'm totally supportive of that. But it's more than just about our kids. It's more than just about our communities. Like I said, there's a host of other things at stake and riding on this. And so I, too, want to see it resolved soon. So once again, thank you for being here, and thank you for talking to us and sharing with us your passion and your dedication to the community and to our kids. So thank you.
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to thank everybody for coming forth and making your positions known. Public input on any issue is always very important and very valuable to us. I had 2 children that went through the Dennis-Yarmouth Regional School District. Both of them went on to college, good colleges, good competitive schools. Both of them graduated magna cum laude from college. One of them went on to graduate school and is the school psychologist at Ezra Baker, so I'm sure that I make her very uncomfortable at times. But my responsibility is to my community as a whole. That's always how I make my decisions, and that's how I'll make my decisions going forward. The sole criteria I apply is what's in the best interest of the people of the town of Yarmouth, and I'll continue to do that to the best of my ability. To answer the gentleman's question, how did it get to this point, or how did we let it get to this point? Prior to the vote, we had a subcommittee that was negotiating with Dennis. There was 2 selectmen from each town. I was one of them. Norman Holcomb was the other one from Yarmouth. Cleon Turner was one from Dennis. There was 2 finance committee members from each town. There was the support staff of our town administrators, our town accountants, our finance directors. These were pretty intense meetings. They went on for quite some time. They were pretty regular, and they spanned at least 8 months prior to the vote. Dennis suspended those meetings. They did. They just unilaterally stopped them. And that's very regrettable and very unfortunate, and it's not something we wanted to do. As I think I mentioned before, in response to one of the people who spoke, one of the points that we were trying to have put into the new agreement, which has to be updated, it's a very old, archaic, obsolete agreement, was a provision to break these deadlocks. We wanted arbitration and possibly, mediation and possibly binding arbitration. There is no such provision in the current regional school agreement. Under the agreement, no matter what the towns agree to, the one that has to put the amendment forth is the school committee. And that's, again, another change we wanted to make to the agreement. We wanted to have the selectmen from Yarmouth and Dennis be able to propose amendments to their various town meetings. If you read Section 6 of the Dennis-Yarmouth Regional School District, you'll find out that the school committee has to put this forth. We wrote to the school committee in June when Dennis suspended the meetings, and we had this impasse. We gave them a marked up version of the most recent edition of the school agreement and said, these are the changes we would like you to consider in terms of putting a proposal in front of both towns. I understand that, and I could be wrong on this, but I think it was only after the lawsuit was filed that they formed a subcommittee that supposedly is working on that issue. But we cannot put a revised agreement before our town voters. We have input. We can negotiate with Dennis. We can let the school committee know what we feel are the appropriate changes to make in the agreement, but we cannot directly author that agreement and put it before our voters. Read the school agreement, look at Section 6, and you'll find out that what I'm telling you is the gospel truth. I appreciate Tracy's remarks and Eric's remarks, and we have not rehearsed this. We're just telling you how each of us feel. The meeting before this was on a different level. It was talking the nitty-gritty of where we are legally. And I said we can't comment on that, and Mark's input as well. All of the people on this board support education. They're all big supporters of the Dennis-Yarmouth Regional School District. A school building will be built, whether it's this building or some other building or some other combination of buildings. It's not going to be an all-or-nothing proposition where if this school isn't built, the schools stay in the state that they're in. We know better, and we know that cannot endure. As Tracy pointed out, before the vote, long before the vote, we had many, many public meetings that we hoped were going to be informational to voters. Our problem isn't with the schools, it's with the funding of the school. We don't feel that Dennis paying 30% of the cost of a new building is fair. There's certain components. I mean, for example, how much of a building do you think Dennis could build with 30% contribution? If they each built their own school, we'd both have to have offices and gymnasiums and locker rooms and athletic fields. And I don't think a capital expense bears a logical relationship to the number of students that a town has. Maybe you got a better argument on that issue on the operational side of the budget. But on capital, I don't think so. And to be very honest with you, Dennis's position is, why should we agree? Everything we agree to is going to cost us more money, and that's true. I don't doubt that. Every dollar that Dennis agrees to pay that they're not paying now is a dollar less that Yarmouth's got to pay and a dollar more that Dennis has to pay. That's the sad reality of the situation. But when the regional school agreement was first developed, I think back in the 1950s, the populations were fairly similar. Dennis was something like 45% and Yarmouth was 55%. So to do things on a per-student basis made a lot of sense. The shifts have been dramatic over the years, and they're projected to continue that way. Dennis, in years to come, may end up with something like 25 to 27% of the student body, and the rest of the tax bill is going to fall on Yarmouth. So we don't have a problem with building the school. We never have had a problem with building the school. We never took that position, and we publicly stated that our problem is with funding the school and the what we call unequitable contributions from each town. The Yarmouth nut will be about $48 million. With interest, double that at 5.5%. You're talking about $96 million to the town of Yarmouth for this project. So, having said that, I'm not going to go, pick apart, although I could very easily, things that have been in the press that through the Dennis Board of Selectmen. I'm not going to skirmish at that level. I'm going to try to remain positive and look for solutions. And I think we all want that. And I want you to be assured that whatever we do, we'll do so with what we feel is in the best interest of the people of our community, including the schools, the children in the schools and the parents, and to our taxpayers, and that we would love to effectuate a fair and equitable agreement regarding the funding of these schools with the town of Dennis. The last thing I'll say on a personal note, I come from a big family. I'm one of 7 children. I grew up in a poor neighborhood with poor parents. Education is the great emancipator. It makes a difference in your life. I got a college education. I've gone to graduate school. I have a master's degree. I have a law degree. And without education, I'd probably be working in one of the plants or one of the factories that I was working in before I went to school. So I don't think there's anybody in this room that values education more than I do and knows what a difference it makes. Thanks. Dan,
You have anything
do you have any
to add?
comments?
No, I just would echo the sentiment of the board. I mean, the town staff has been attached to the board liaisons since I've arrived on this project, and I think it's fair to say the town of Yarmouth has been fairly and excellently represented by our delegation, and I think it's important to point out a couple things. One is, based on the current agreement today, a significant challenge for us is that if the school went forward, the agreement allows for a sliding scale to occur on the cost. So when we talk about it's 48 million plus interest at roughly 5 or 5.5%, with every year that goes by and Dennis loses population, your tax bill on that would go up. So what we were trying to negotiate with them is a fixed, locked-in number value that was fair and equitable, because 5 years out, if we went and did the school, it could be 75-25. And I think when you look at to the point about you can't have 25% of a gymnasium, athletic fields, there's just something that's just not fair on that particular conversation. The district had a long history of splitting at a number that was far more equitable. And due to the population shifts, that's the scenario that we are in. The other issue I think that should be pointed out is that under this scenario, it does spill over into the operational costs of the school, in that they're, without a change to the agreement, you know, from the mathematics that we look at as town staff, there appears to be no end in sight of potential situations of overrides, because the cost of operating the school district is been impacted so significantly by the population shift. So on so many levels, the agreement screams to be renegotiated. And the last point I would say is we were all very disheartened as a group to have Dennis pull out back in the spring before town meeting unilaterally when we were just making significant headway. And the document we submitted to the school committee represented our best estimate as to where the two groups were negotiating when that stoppage of the negotiation took place. That document was transmitted to the school committee in June with a request and followed-up request to please put us on the agenda so that we can have an opportunity to begin that process, because we were all aware that Section 6 of the agreement requires the school committee to put forward the amendments. So for months after month after month, there was no action by the school committee, and then we had the vote. And the board has been very clear that from a perspective of financing the schools under the scenario that we have presently in the agreement would be, fair to say, for a lot of our population, a near disaster if this couldn't get done. So I like to say thank you to everyone that came forward, because I think having people involved now at this level, it's not too late. I think the most important thing for us now, both towns have placeholders as mentioned at town meeting, is we have 4 representatives on the school committee that need to hear from us on this particular topic, and the chairperson as well. And together, we can get to some project to the other side that is equitable for both towns. And that's really what I think in any agreement is, that it's fair to both, or to whatever number of parties are in the agreement. And we can't presently say that today.
I want to just add one more thing for clarification. When I referred you to Section 6 of the agreement, there is one other way of doing it, and that's to get 10% of the registered voters from both Dennis and Yarmouth, which, good luck with that. So, I mean, there is that option of bringing an amendment forth with 10% of the voters from both towns, but that, from a practical standpoint, it's a non-option. So it's really up to the school committee. Anyone else on the board? Okay, thank you very much. We will move on to a public hearing for the Irish Country Festival. Okay, thanks. Yeah, I have it in here, so great, thank you. Good job.
You got my email? No.
Do you have the public hearing note? Oh, you have it.
I have it here. Dan just handed me his packet. Okay, I'll read the notice into the record, and then you can go forward, okay?
Sounds good.
Board of Selectmen, acting as the local licensing authority for the town of Yarmouth, has received applications from Patrick McDonough on behalf of OFD Events LLC for special wine and malt and entertainment licenses for the Yarmouth Country Festival to be held at the former drive-in site at 669 Route 28, West Yarmouth, on Saturday, July 20, and Sunday, July 21, 2019. Festival hours will be 12 to 10 p.m. on Saturday and 12 to 8 p.m. on Sunday. Entertainment will include family entertainment with a country theme, live bands with up to 8 pieces, recorded music, amplification, and dancing. The festival will also include food trucks and local vendors. Hearing will be held on Tuesday, February 26, 2019, in the hearing room at Town Hall, 1146 Route 28, South Yarmouth. The Selectmen's meeting begins at 6 p.m. Written comments will be accepted in the Selectmen's office until 4:30 on Friday, February 22nd, 2019. Verbal comments will be accepted at the hearing. So why don't you introduce yourself?
Sure.
Tell us what you want to do, and we'll go from there.
Yes, good evening. My name is Patrick McDonough. I've met with you guys before on a couple of other events that I've organized in the town, one being the Yarmouth Irish Festival that takes place on the day of the parade, which we have that event happening again this year on March 9th. So I've been working with the town trying to organize different events as it pertains to the drive-in site, since that's become an area where it seems like there's a lot of focus on technically, what to do with the land. So one of the ideas that we proposed, I've successfully run 2 prior country music events at the Marshfield Fairgrounds, is to bring that idea to the town of Yarmouth. And the dates that we proposed were July 20th and 21st. We sat actually down as a group last week to discuss the different areas of the festival and basically, what's involved. We've drawn out a map that I assume that you guys have copies of.
It's in the package.
It's in the pack. Okay, it's in the package. And we're right now trying to figure out, the best way to run this and the safest way to run this event with expected attendance between 2,500 to 5,000 people at the venue. So. One of the things that came up, and they're in the meeting notes, obviously, is making sure that we're equipped to handle that size of a crowd in a safe, orderly fashion. And I know that the chief last week brought up that he definitely had concerns as it pertained to traffic on Route 28 in July, in the heart of the season. And since that area or that road is obviously a throughway to a lot of vehicles, being like the police and the fire department, ambulances, we wanted to make sure that we were putting our best foot forward to address that situation. And he recommended that we also approach and look at the event being held at DY High School as well. So since that meeting last week, I have been in contact with DY just to see what the opportunity was there, not knowing, that land. To be honest with you, I've not, walked the land, not sure like the setting and if it works. But I've talked to Sandy and I've talked to Steve from DY over the last few days, and they seem open to the event. So right now, I will honestly tell you that I sit here before you with kind of like right now trying to decide, with the help of the town as well, on where we can best have this event take place. If there's going to be, a lot of concerns about having it at the drive-in and the traffic, we do have a plan to have additional off-site parking at Simpkins Field and buses that would transport people there, and then another bus that would actually take passengers from area hotels to the site to try to limit the traffic. So we're not ruling it out, but we also, want to look at the options of DY just to see if that might be more of a viable place to have the event, and that's kind of where I'm at tonight. So,
Would you like us to continue the hearing to a date in the future?
I think that would probably be best. After we.
Can you have a liquor at DY?
So talked with. Yeah. The plan obviously is to have liquor, and I would have to reside on the board. From what I heard, the answer would be yes during the non-school year.
I don't know any legal reason. I just never heard of anyone doing an event with alcohol at a school. Have you? At a school property?
No, it's new to me.
Did you check with anybody on that, like from the school district?
I have not checked with the school committee, but I've talked to the people at DY, and they didn't. That was the first question I asked. Lieutenant Bryant was, my first thing was is alcohol. As far as he knew, it would be as long as it wasn't the school season. It was okay.
You might want to. I don't know the answer to the question, but you might want to run by Phil Magnuson at the Yarmouth Police Department and ask him if, because Phil is the liaison to this board for liquor compliance and violations, and he's also an attorney.
Okay.
So he's a pretty knowledgeable guy, because I don't know the answer to the question. Obviously, if you can't do liquor there, then that's a non-option for you.
Yeah, then we would have to basically, go back to Plan A, which is the drive-in, and make sure that,
So is that your preferred venue if you can do it at the high school? Don't know yet.
I don't know yet, honestly, because, without physically seeing the land and, looking at Google Earth, I don't really feel comfortable making a decision on that behalf. I mean, it's certainly... The advantage of having it at DY would be the parking, all taking place in one spot, as opposed to having someone come to the festival, then have to drive to an off-site satellite parking area, get on a bus, and then come back to the event. My experience just from running events is that people like to drive to an event, park their car, and walk into the venue. And DY would provide us the parking because they've had Pawpalooza there that has hosted, that amount of people. And talking with Steve again today, he said, we can definitely have that many cars parked here comfortably, safely, and people could walk into the event. So from basically a financial perspective as well, year one is always the trickiest because there's a lot of unknowns. We're trying to prepare the best we can. It obviously would limit having to get buses, trying to do satellite parking. There's a lot of, as opposed to running one site being the fairgrounds, now we have to not worry, but we would have to maintain that Simpkin Field also was, trash was picked up, there's proper lighting, that there's police detail there keeping everybody safe. So you're kind of like, with the drive-in site, you're managing two sites, as opposed to the DY, you would be managing one site. So that's kind of the go-between right now.
Well, I'd love to see this event, but I think you need more time to flesh it out, and I think you need to come back to us with a plan that you're comfortable with, the the police department's comfortable with, and that works. So I'd
Agree.
make a motion that we continue the hearing until March 5th.
Does that date work for you?
Yes.
I'll second.
Are we meeting on March 5th?
We are.
We are? Okay. So we have a motion to continue the matter till March 5th. I guess we'll notice it for, what, 6 o'clock?
One of the other things I think we need to
thereabouts.
discuss is the fact that we have a policy here, too, that needs to be put on the agenda and probably discussed and acted on. Am I,
No, I think that's just informational.
it's a draft rules and regulations that we
I
have
know there's
here.
a draft, but it's a rough draft, and I
For
don't...
future, not related to this?
It's related.
Oh, I know it's
So,
related, but what I'm saying
you-
is I don't think
yeah.
we have to
I
hold
don't
this event up for that.
No, and I think that the, so I'm Karen Green, Director of Community Development. The policy was into your packet from the Drive-In Site Committee.
Right.
Who discussed the event, made some suggestions to go along with the hearing, kind of suggested conditions, ideas, some of which are based on the draft policy that the committee is also working on. But Mike is right, it's not, the policy is not quite ready for prime time. It's not ready for the board to weigh in. We are looking at it internally at the staff level, trying to assign responsibilities and whatnot, but it was really food for thought for the board.
Well, okay, it's a little confusing.
All right.
I knew it would be.
Thank you, Karen. So we have a motion to continue the matter. We'll, for legal purposes, we'll notice it for 6 o'clock.
Okay.
On what is
Just
March?
continue it. We don't have to notice it again.
No,
We're
no, just
continuing it. It doesn't
continue.
need to be re-advertised. We're not
Okay.
closing it. We'll we can leave it open.
We have a second. We have a second on that? Okay. So all those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All right, so the matter's continued.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. So we have next Cape Tech budget and ATM article
See, we're
review.
almost right
Article
back to where
8.
We're supposed to be.
Are we?
Bob,
Almost.
do you have a presentation?
I do, right on here.
Close. Catching up. Like I said,
Thank you.
Now, if the clicker works, we're all set.
I have faith in you, Bob.
So let me try the backwards and forwards before I start, if I can. I got to point at that thing? Every time I do this. This one, I think that's something totally different. That's a laser pointer. This is,
Oh, maybe-
this is PowerPoint right here.
It performs in direct proportion to your urgency.
Plus, that's not lined up.
No, it's not. There you go.
How's that?
Oh, nice.
That's good. Now, just need- so I'll just say beep? Remember the old beep? Okay. Pat Armstrong, ladies and gentlemen.
Able assistant.
I'll dive right in if I could.
Sure.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to talk about the FY20 budget, also our school building project. But I do want to talk about the budget process first. And this group here is our school finance committee, and you're represented ably on that committee by Norm Michaud to my left. And we just came from a facilities and equipment subcommittee, which Chris Greeley's a member of, and also all her work on substance abuse. She's the liaison to our school committee, as well as the liaison from Yarmouth, but on the Barnstable County work that she's doing, which has been invaluable for the entire county. So that group has been working since really April. Well, my business manager, Aaron Orcutt, has been developing the budget since April, and that the first budget came to them in October, and we're presenting the end work of this. We're having our public hearing in 2 days at 6:30 in our conference room about the FY20 budget, and we hope to be sending out assessments shortly after that. Before I forget, I do have some copies if you don't have them. Thank you. That's that and that. If the committee, if the board doesn't have these are two documents, the assessment with regard to the school building, which I will go over, which is a one-sheeter, and then also the assessment for the operating budget, which is a one-sheeter followed by the entire line item budget. So thank you very much, Chris and Norm. Thank you. So just a little bit about the enrollment here, and I will go over those handouts afterwards, but I just wanted you to have them. So we've got some bad news. I know I think I'm delivering good news to you here in the town of Yarmouth in this particular fiscal year, and I've been delivering good news the last couple of years. As I think I've said in the past, I don't view that as positive. I know from a financial point of view it is positive in this environment, but we want more students from Yarmouth to avail themselves of vocational technical high school. We do believe that in the upcoming years that will be true. Obviously, the demographics of the Cape are impacting this in one way or another. Even the building project, as there's some inconveniences around our site, can also have an impact on our enrollment in this interim period. Another issue you should be aware of is that we have a very small senior class, and we have a very decent size 9th, 10th, and 11th grade. So with a good recruiting and admission season this year, we do see a jump back up in the next fiscal year. So if that were to be a higher proportion of Yarmouth students, you need to be ready for that. But we don't have those facts or figures at this time. I'm talking about FY21, but that's something to be aware of. Beep. I'm going to skip this slide because the next slide, it's just a pie chart of the same enrollment trends, but you see it's been a relatively downward trend the last several years. And the budget I'm proposing, that is one reason the budget that you have in front of you is at what I think a fiscally sound increase for FY20. But also it's in recognition of the expense of the building project, also because there are some savings in the short term here as we are preparing to enter a new facility in FY21. And also a recognition that vocational technical education is expensive, and we, at Cape Cod Tech, because of the downward trend in enrollment, our per pupil expenditure is quite high in comparison even to vocational technical schools. So we're working on, well, three issues: enrollment declining, which we think will stabilize in the next fiscal year, but also those two other issues I just mentioned. So the budget we are proposing is just under 1% increase over FY19 for a total of $15,087,000. And I want to point out, in recognition of those issues that I just highlighted, those three: per pupil spending, the building project, and the downward trend in enrollment the last several years, I think we've come in with very sound budgets the last many years. The only one in FY16, I'll just remember that was when the towns funded $250,000 for the feasibility study for the building project. So only 2-point-something%, I want to say it was 2.5% of that budget was devoted to operating. The rest was put into a fund that funded $1 million of the feasibility work up to the vote. And mentioning the vote, I know it's now in the rearview mirror. I want to thank the voters of Yarmouth once again for voting for our school building project, for voting for the debt exclusion, if I'm using the proper terminology, as well. So thank you all. I'm going to skip this slide because of its regional school nature. I got to move this again. Well, I'll hold it like that. No. It's not going to stay. Well, the end game is Cape Cod does not get a lot of money in the Chapter 70 formula, as we know. That slide talks about how of the 15 million, 12 million is coming from the towns, from the 12 towns, from Mashpee to Provincetown. I think, I think the state aid is around 2.6 million. And some small local revenue of $290,000. We are devoting in this budget a significant more from our E&D in this go around. We're contributing $200,000 of that 290 is from our E&D account, and the rest is from we're getting a little more interest income and facility rental. In the interest income in this fiscal year because of increasing interest rates, and then we do get some facility rental. But the end game is that most of the money is still coming from the towns.
Where does that leave your E&D, Bob?
E&D right now is at about 4.8%, which is, don't quote me, but about $740,000. But we feel we're going to be in the mid-4s as a percentage of the next year's budget when all's said and done. So we feel very comfortable. That's a big increase. I mean, a big devotion in 1 year for us from E&D. Typically, we've been doing 80 to, I think we did 100,000 1 year, but we do believe we can do this at least on a one-time basis here and for this fiscal year. And we think, do we have a new one? Okay. Point it at the computer. Try that one. Thank you, Pat. We can skip that. That's just a chart highlighting what I've just explained, that most of it's coming from the towns. It's okay. That's a mess. Okay. You can go buy that one. Right here, this really mentions it as well, showing operating budget going up at those levels I showed you, and assessments once again being the driver. I think we all know the reason why. It's property wealth. It's not median income, and that's something I really need to talk about a little bit about our student body. We are over 55% students with high needs. 55% of our students are high needs. That's a combination of economically disadvantaged, which is nearly 40%, ELL, which is a small portion, and then special needs at over 30%. And I believe those are still underreported. We're close to becoming a school for the first time. We're not there yet that could provide 100% free and reduced lunch. The economically disadvantaged, if you remember when we were doing the building project, we got some extra money for that in recognition of that because it had changed so drastically. And with that being said, we're very, very proud of the students that enter our building and overcome some significant needs in some cases and go on to be quality success stories. But
what was your ELL number?
Our ELL number is around 2%. It's not. Yeah, it's not a very high number, but it is increasing at a decent rate. We have about, I think, 18 students who are ELL right now. Okay. Go to the next one. That is not showing very well on the screen. Sorry. Well, there we go. It's the same data in a pie chart that just does not seem to be showing well tonight. But the biggest number being the teacher salaries of this $15 million budget, which is rightfully so. The second most important people in our building are our teachers who spend the time in front of the students. I do want to call attention to a number that is ever increasing, and that's retirees' benefits. And I do have a slide later about OPEB, which is a very hot topic in our Finance Committee, our Negotiations Subcommittee, of which Norm serves on. And at this point, I want to highlight the work of your town administrator, who serves as the municipal liaison. Dan has been an invaluable member of that subcommittee this year as we're starting our negotiations with teachers. So, and OPEB is high on that agenda of that group, too. I want to thank Dan publicly for that. But retiree benefits ever increasing. We now have more retirees on our rolls for health insurance than we do active employees. Plant and operations is about 10%. We're a vocational technical school, but we have been cutting back on maintenance type of issues. So there are some one-time, two-time savings that, we're not deferring preventative maintenance, but we're keeping things going in the existing facility, obviously in preparation to enter a new facility. So some savings are 1 or 2 year type of savings. Okay, we can go on. Just not working. Is it pointed at this thing? Okay, so drilling down to more, or not drilling down, but coming out a little bit, a little more, 30,000 feet. Salaries are up 1.3%. That's all salaries in the building. Benefits are down. We're having some success with people migrating to high deductible plans with HSA accounts. We're also having some migration off our plans in general. And then we had some great news from the Cape Cod Municipal Health Group, finally seeing a zero, which in the time I've been doing this as a superintendent and business manager, I don't ever remember a zero. So, and I want to thank Erin Orcutt, who serves on that steering committee for the Cape Cod Municipal Health Group. Not that she made the zero happen, but she fought for it. I know that. Materials and services is up 6.7, and quite frankly, most of that's services. As we have it, as I mentioned, we have a high needs population who does need a certain amount of services, and we deliver those. Transportation's down very little. That's just a little bit of homeless transportation that we did not have to provide as much for. Obviously, those things kind of pop up, but when you know them, you can budget for them, and there was a little bit of a decline in the need for that. Hopefully that continues. Utilities and heating, a modest increase of 3%. And then insurances for the building, we did get hit with an increase in our property coverage. It was primary there. And then we cut the capital budget once again. We've done that over the last several years if you look at our budgets. Just the capital side, not the equipment side, because we are chipping away at the equipment needs. Some things that would be going to the building, anything that goes before equipment sub, other than consumable type of things, tools and things of that nature, which could be used up, are things that are going into the new building. And those items for capital are the last 4 line items in the line item budget I gave you. But that overall budget, those 4 line items are down 4%. So all that comes together for a 0.96% increase from FY 19 to 20. I think I already covered that. And this has not been friendly to pie charts tonight. Okay, so moving on to OPEB. If anybody has any questions on the line on the budget, I would entertain them at this point. But these numbers are a little old because of the balance in our OPEB reserve now. We are with I should step backward. We're with the Plymouth County OPEB Trust, which invests the money. The money goes to them. We do have the ability to withdraw it to pay health-related expenses, but we do not do so. And we've been devoting a number. I think in this budget we have either $90,000 or $100,000 in here. It's in the insurances section. We've been doing that for several years. A number similar to that. We started at $5,000 actually, and we doubled it and doubled it and doubled it. And we recently, the Finance Committee has looked at a proposal from Siegel, who does these actuarial studies on OPEB. This one was from 2017. We have newer numbers. And our balance is now over $800,000, and we expect it to be, after the FY20 budget, over $1 million. Because we're also going to be getting some money back from the Cape Cod Municipal Health Group related to egg whip, having to do with the Part D subsidy for drug benefits for retirees. So with all that said and done, we expect our budget, our number to be over $1 million. So we shared that with Siegel, and they gave us 6 different scenarios to attack the problem. and our finance committee is looking at those scenarios right now. But we do think that something is achievable long term, 30-year time frame or better, to really address these numbers. When we were budgeting in the beginning, we were kind of throwing a number at a wall and saying, hey, we're doing something. Now, and I'm finding this at every town meeting I go to, now everybody's saying we got to do something, and we've been doing something for quite a while, but now we do believe it's attainable to have something in writing that is a long-term plan to retire the unfunded liability over a 30 or 40-year period. So I think Norma, I think you'd agree that we made a lot of headway on that in this fiscal year in particular.
Bob, is that
Yeah.
61,000 roughly?
Yeah.
Is that the total amount of OPEB that you have on deposit with the Plymouth?
And that's the one I'm saying after right now it's about 800. Those numbers are a little old, and we should be over $1 million after the FY20 budget.
Do you have a specific plan going forward? Obviously, we all are living with these tremendous deficits for, in the state level with pensions, and at the local level with medical insurance and things like that for retirees. Do you have any kind of a plan that you're working on going forward in terms of minimum contributions to try to whittle away at that liability?
Minimum contributions from the operating budget?
To the OPEB.
Yeah, from the operating budget, you're saying.
Your operating budget,
yeah,
yes.
There's a number in here right now, Mike, that's around 95, I think. Don't quote me, it's in the insurances section. And we've had a number for many, many years. That's what I was saying. We had 5, 10, we doubled. So then we had Siegel look at it, as I said. And they've now given us numbers that the Finance Committee is looking at. And I do see us having that plan very soon that could be in writing that would have a plan, say, in 30 or 40 or somewhere in between 30 and 40 years of retiring that unfunded liability. So yes, we will have a plan in writing. We already have a policy of when there is money at the end of a fiscal year, the first place it goes is OPEB, if it's a surplus within the operating budget. So that's and we have
a real priority for you.
It's a real priority for us.
Okay, thanks.
Because it's eating away at the operating budget. It's over $700,000. I remember when that number was 2, not that long ago.
Right.
And I don't want to tell you the number Siegel says it's going to be in the future, which I hope they're wrong about. But we can skip the pie. We can skip that, or we did that already. We're going backwards. That's okay. That's OPEB. One more. Okay, really quick, educational performance. Nearly 65% of our students on the first try will pass the MCAS technology and engineering test. And by 11th grade, I'm proud to say virtually everyone passes the technology and engineering tests. So obviously still some work to do there, but with needs improvement and advanced and proficient, keeping in mind that needs improvement still is reaching competency determination. Over 90% of the students are meeting the competency determination in science. Work to do, though. We want everybody in the blue if we can. You can advance that. That's MCAS science. With math, it's at about 95% competency determination, and just around 70%, which was a decline from 17, stagnant from 17, and we're continuing to work on the delivery of our mathematics curriculum. And then with ELA, consistent sound performance with students coming from from 5 separate school districts, and we're over 90% proficient or advanced. And keeping in mind, we're still delivering a vocational technical curriculum almost half the time to these students. They're doing most of this work in half the class time. We've consistently had graduation rates over 90 or over 90%, which we're excited about. So I just transitioned to the new building, if we could. Any questions on the performance before I go to the new building?
I have a question.
Sure.
I mean, those numbers are excellent numbers. The question that I have is, why are the state averages so high as well?
I think that's one reason they're going to a new test, to be honest.
Just wondering if there's some kind of something they're doing right with respect to uniformity of curriculum.
Oh, most definitely. But there is we're going to be taking the next generation MCAS test, and I think you're going to see some drastic changes in performance when that test is taken. On the state level, I'm not speaking for the state now. I never speak for the state. They believe too many people are doing well on that test. They've said that to us many times since, as we call about this next generation test we have to take. So they're upping the ante, and they're going to keep the bar low in the first couple of years, so so they can get used to the test and test out the test. But then they're going to up the ante, and I think you're going to see some change in that in about 3 years when the next gen goes live and they've set a competency determination that is more aggressive with testing that's more is tougher. But to your point about has state testing made curriculum more uniform, I think it most definitely has, and the constant tweaking and alterations to curriculum because of state testing. And I'm not advocating for more and more state testing, but it certainly did up the ante in a good way of standardizing the curriculum.
Thanks.
Yep. So a few of you in the audience were here at our school on the 11th. We had a great January 11th where we had a great ceremony, a groundbreaking ceremony. I'm the one in the yellow hat in the left-hand picture right there. My wife gave me that hat for Christmas, so I need to point that out. We had already broken ground. We just put some dirt in the foreground, but they're making a tremendous amount of progress, and I really urge you to go to our website. One of our teachers, if you have checked it out, one of our teachers has a drone who's doing drone footage every Friday. So the townspeople who voted for this project can get a sense of we're close to a foundation already. Most of the high walls are up for the 3-floor section of the building. And they're working on, basically you can almost see an outline of the facility of what it's going to eventually go up from there. So a lot of excitement around campus. Our kids are getting the opportunity to tour the construction zone with experts. They've been given the opportunity to video conference into coordination meetings with our builder and their subs. So that's an exciting thing. So Brate Builders was the winner from Marshfield. You may have read we came in $12.7 million under in construction. The budget when I was selling this was $104 million for construction. Remember, it was 128 total, but 104 was construction. And we came in 12.7 under. You need to know right away MSBA is going to swoop in and take six plus of that. Mm-hmm. So we don't have that much of a cushion for future things that happen, but we do have owners and construction contingencies built into our overall numbers as well. We were off to a good start. With that being in mind, so I definitely would go to our website if you want to see the progress on the project. We had, I think, two of the best meetings I've ever been a part of. I don't often have an opportunity to meet with all 12 towns in one room, but when we had to decide on the borrowing for this project, the towns, I've never seen a group work more collaboratively and quickly, quite frankly, to come to a consensus of a very aggressive borrowing schedule for this project. We have borrowed $75 million to date on the project, and we have financed that at 3.3% for 20 years. You have in front of you Yarmouth's portion of that for FY20, which does include some interest that was accrued for the temporary borrowing we did in the first year in FY19. This is the one sheeter that I gave you, not the one that's on the front of the line item budget. So it's 1.492313. You see that number to the far right? That's the cost for the debt in year one of for the $75 million. If enrollment were static, keeping in mind this is enrollment-based, student enrollment-based, if it were static on a percentage, if you were same percentage next year, you would expect to pay less. and it's a declining debt schedule because the towns chose to do 20 years level principal, so it's eating away at the interest costs. When we were selling this project, it was advertised at $168 million in principal and interest. For the $75 million we borrowed so far, it's only $102. Now I say only. I do know this is an expensive project, but with regards to borrowing, things have gone well. With regards to the construction costs, so far things have gone well. By no means am I declaring victory there. It's very early in the construction process, but I just want to commend the work of the towns. We ultimately had a Google survey vote, and we came up with the 20-year level principal at 3.3, and that is a fixed rate over a 20-year period. There is the potential of us borrowing. We have the authority to borrow up to $81 million, so there might be some small borrowing at the end of this project, but that remains to be seen because we did get some savings on the construction side. So we'll see how everything progresses, whether we will have to borrow or maybe borrow a portion of that of what we still have the authority to borrow. This is a somewhat of an old construction. It's actually the building schedule as of now, and it had us getting in January of 21. But as soon as the bids were awarded, and I walked the site with the builder, he said, "I'm getting you in here in September of 20." And so we think we're going to be in there a lot earlier than this schedule shows you. But that remains to be seen. But they're moving very fast. We've had favorable weather here in the winter. So exciting times at Cape Cod Tech. Next slide. That's it. I would say go to capecodtech.us/future. There is a schematic of the whole building with 3D images of some of the spaces, which give you a sense of where we're going with the project. So with that, I'd open it up to questions if there are any.
Anybody have any questions? Eric, no? Tracy?
No, I just have to say, Bob, you always do a great job, great presentation, very thorough, a lot of information, and I don't have any questions. What's that?
In 1%.
Yeah, there's that.
Less than.
I gotta say, I'm trying to give you some bad news in a couple of years. I really hope to give you some bad news around
You
here.
said last year you weren't going to let it happen.
I did, but
No bad news.
yeah.
The only thing I can say is that it's sad to see zeros under your early childhood education program.
Yeah.
Across, but
Yeah. Those were two things that we did an analysis of all 17 valuable programs, but going forward with the enrollment and the projections for enrollment, it really didn't make sense keeping 17 valuable programs. So
what is that budget? I saw you had a decline of 21 students. What does that put your per pupil expenditure at? Do you know?
All in grants and stuff for assessments about 20,000, and for all in grants and revolving funds, that kind of stuff. When the whole end of your report is compiled, it's around 24, I believe. So that's another thing we're working on. So.
Well, good job.
Thank you.
Mark?
No, Bob, thank you. It was as always, a very good presentation. Very much appreciated.
Thank you.
I know we've had some discussions about this whole trend in terms of enrollment and how we deal with that. I think it's just it happens to be just an ongoing conversation that I think a lot of us have an interest in. It goes really, even though it falls on the schools and you folks really focus in on it, it really, it does require a broader conversation with everyone in the community, because we all have a role to play, quite frankly, in how our communities grow, how we provide support for affordable housing. When I was a manager in Provincetown, and we had a very robust school system, and we had quite a community with growing families, and with the cost of housing being the way it is, the working families have been basically squeezed out of that community, and this is just a trend that we see happening all over Cape Cod, and to some degree, it's not only a crisis, but it's difficult, particularly for someone like you when you're managing a school, to be somewhat limited in terms of your ability to address the challenge. So I understand that, and I understand the frustration. I just think, going forward, I would continue to encourage you to keep inviting the community in, to keep talking about this and reviewing this and helping local officials understand just how critical addressing our affordable housing problem is going to be, going forward. I think you play a very important role, very helpful role in helping understand the importance of affordable housing in many of our communities.
Well, first I want to commend you in the report that your organization, the Housing Assistance Corporation, with Elisa and yourself, that report was pretty eye-opening, along with some demographic stuff that we've been hearing from at the Cape and Islands superintendent's level. And I don't want to get out of my job description here, but just if you could indulge me for a second, I mean, the Provincetown's coming this way. I mean, it's coming this way, and that's the point. When do you get to a demographic unhealthy, or are we at an unhealthy demographic mix on the Cape? And that's a question I'll ask, and many are asking, and quite often the schools are asked, what are you going to do? And we had a meeting as the Cape and Island superintendents recently where we put on a chalkboard, or on a whiteboard, or a newsprint thing, how many schools have closed on the Cape. Things have been done. I mean, look just here in Yarmouth, how many schools have been closed over the years. I think we counted 10 or 11 just Cape-wide that were closed. So, but when you, at some point, and quite often we're asked, what are you doing about enrollment? What are we doing about enrollment? And the question we want to ask is, what are you doing about enrollment? You, not the Yarmouth Board of Selectmen, but town officials. The conversation is bigger than just schools. We could continue to consolidate, but do we want to have the capacity to serve a healthy demographic mix in the near future? I say yes, and now I'm going to get self-serving. I do believe my school, my type of school, is invaluable to the survival and the reversal of the unhealthy demographic mix. Students from my school and Upper Cape can live here, can afford housing once they get, entry level maybe not, but once they get into the workforce a bit. We've all paid the plumber $200 to enter our house and the electrician. I say the bad news I deliver every year. I do believe it's bad news. There's less kids from Yarmouth coming to Cape Cod Tech. It hasn't been that big of a demographic decline. The demographic decline is not catastrophic. It's not like the one that happened in 2000. It's a drip, and it's a persistent drip that if we do nothing about it, the cost of doing nothing, it's a problem. But we can fix these things with some subtle changes, I think. But I do believe more students coming to Cape Cod Tech and Upper Cape Cod Tech are part of the solution. Housing is number one. And now I'm outside my job description. But there are things I think people can be innovative about. I mean, the one thing in your report that was so profound to me was I go from exit 8 to 10 every morning. And I used to drive that no problem. Now I'm bottled up from 8 to 10. Why am I bottled up 8 to 10? Because all these people coming on Cape, there's actually some good jobs on Cape Cod, I learned from your report, paying decent wages. And where are they living? Rochester, Carver, where, off Cape, where the housing is much cheaper, but they're still coming for opportunity here. So I found that to be eye-opening. But I guess that was a long answer to
No, I think it's a great answer, and I just wanted to just say I appreciate your speaking to this issue because it's something that the community needs to continue to hear.
Yeah, and as Cape and Island superintendents, we're trying to open that conversation.
I think you're doing a great job.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. As usual, you provided some great information, very organized, and you're doing a terrific job. And your kids, your graduates, have great opportunity here. And I'm a little surprised to see your numbers down a little bit because I think it's a great play for young people.
I am surrounded by great sending schools. I will say that. But I do believe we need more students to come to us. But Chris.
I just wanted to make a point. Norm sat here quietly, but has been a very active participant in the developing of this budget. But I think there really needs to be a commendation made for both Bob and for Aaron Orcutt, because they've been working this. They work as we get amazing reports on a monthly basis as school committee members, and we're really kept up to date with what's going on and with the money that's being expended. But secondly, you have to understand the presentation that he's doing here tonight, he's having to do in every single town on the Cape, and it's done with this kind of level of competency and thoroughness, and it's really quite a commendable job that gets done. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to make a motion that the board recommend Article 8.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion to recommend Article 8, and it's been seconded. Do we have any further discussion? Okay, so moving forward with a vote on that article. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Anyone opposed? So we're going to be recommending at the annual town meeting Article 8. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And thank you, Pat Armstrong.
Yes. Now, can you stand there? Maybe he can stand there and do it for you now.
I can do that.
Yeah, he's the one. He's the one if he's going to do it.
I don't have to do this.
No, can you let it go and work?
Is that good?
No, it keeps going.
Are we using Siegel?
Yeah.
We use it for our OPEB stuff?
Yes.
Okay. It seemed to be everywhere.
Yeah, very popular.
I got a clicker.
I think it was originally they wanted to give you a little.
Working. Got it to work.
Sorry about that.
I'm all set.
Here or here?
Anywhere you want. Here. Don't let me sit up here alone. You're never alone.
That's right. We're a team. Go ahead. No, because I get the smallest part.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, please have a seat.
I guess I need to balance it.
There's not enough color. We need more green up here.
Good evening.
Good evening, Mr.
Next
Chairman.
item is Community Services Budget and ATM Articles Review for Articles 347 and 48 and Town Social Services Plan.
We lost our quorum. Does it matter?
We lost our quorum now. We've convened with a quorum.
Okay. Thank you very much. I'll move this forward. Good evening, Pat Armstrong, Director of Community Services. As of tomorrow, I will be 1 year in this position, and this is my first report to you, which is very exciting for me and with my team. My team with me tonight, I'll let them introduce themselves.
Carl Von Hoen, Director of the Division of Natural Resources.
Jane Kane, Library Director.
Kathy Bailey, Director of Senior Services.
Scott Gilmore, Intern Director as well.
And with the absence of a recreation director, I'll sit in on for the recreation side of that as well, and cemetery administration. So the Yarmouth Community Services mission is of the department is to coordinate a strong brand and foster closer cooperation between the divisions. By doing so, we'll be better positioned to serve the community through social, human, and recreational programming, services, and resources. We strive to be accessible and transparent by communicating available assets and streamlining avenues of communication for higher visibility and availability. Under this Community Services Division, as you know, is golf, a little oversight of golf. Golf oversight, 45 holes at 2 different locations, the maintenance of 6 buildings, pro shops, maintenance and carts, management of 2 full-service restaurants, and estimates personal contact of 65,000 plus individuals annually. In the Recreation Division, we have an oversight of 15 major program areas, management of lifeguard services and concession contracting at the beaches, coordination of rentals for fields, picnics, public structures and parks, and implementation of town merchandising and donations, which includes
the planks for the boardwalk and other programs such as that. Under our Natural Resources Division, we have oversight of natural, water, and wild animal resources, oversight and propagation of shell fisheries, public safety protection of waterways, and education of marinas, mariners, and the public through the Harbor Master's services. Our waterways sections manages mooring fields, marinas, navigational buoys, and dredging. And our Animal Control Division ensures compliance with laws, education of owners, and response to nuisance calls. In our Senior Services Division, we support the age-friendly community team in developing strategies for compliance. We have transportation services with 2 vehicles and shoulder hours. Hopefully that will expand with a $50,000 free cash grant, which you will see this evening. It provides programming to meet physical, cognitive, and social needs of our citizens, and it provides a physical location for access for our citizens. And in our library services, we maintain and operate 2 brick-and-mortar facilities 7 days a week. We provide access to technology, reference materials, and programming. We operate as a community center for gathering, socialization, and information, and we provide a link for visitors and guests to explore, imagine, and connect. So in our budget this year, some of the highlights that you will see, we level funded our expenses other than items that were supported by new revenues that were identified. We expanded transportation services through a $50,000 free cash grant if you so grant it, but that is our anticipation. Our reorganization of the golf division is resulting in a reduction of salaries and a transfer to a more seasonal salary pattern. We've expanded our one-off programming such as special events and celebrations and other social events to reach more citizens, and we're prioritizing and developing plans for safer access to public resources in cooperation with our partners at the DPW. So under the golf division, for changes, you'll see contractual salary adjustments in the salary lines. You'll see a budget shift from full-time to seasonal workers. You'll see an increase in our debt interest for 1 more year until we pay off that last part of the 20-year borrowing for the irrigation system, and then we'll be back to a level debt payment. There'll be a decrease in the cart leases. Once again, that was negotiated by Mr. Armentrout before he left, and we'll be looking at a new food service manager with the transition of our former manager moving on. As part of the challenges, the impact of new fees and the fee structure is not yet known, so we're waiting to see how things fall out. We are working hard to strengthen our brand, to do more marketing, to be more nimble, and to show that we have a presence on the internet and can have a broader reach, not only in our region, but down the East Coast. We're also upgrading our technologies to better suit the needs of the community, and we're maintaining our old equipment, which is costing us a lot more in our maintenance line budgets because many of our pieces of equipment are 10+ years old. In the recreation fund, for the general fund, we're seeing contracted salary adjustments. We've added a beach operations coordinator to our seasonal line to take some pressure off the now one-time full-time person in the recreation division. And we are seeing minimum wage impacts across the board going from $12 an hour as of this January up to $15 an hour by 2005. Our challenges will be a seasonal staff turnover, which it always is. We depend so highly on our seasonal staff, and that turnover rate is significant. And then the expansion of free community programs. Challenged 2 years ago by the board, we were asked to expand our free programming at the beaches and in the summer. So free movies at the beach, nighttime soccer, Gaga Ball on Tuesdays and Thursdays. We're working hard to create more free community programs, not only but through this recreation program, and we'll continue this summer to expand those as well. In the Recreation Offset Fund, Changes again, minimum wage impacts. We received a grant from the Steve family when Mrs. Steve died. She actually donated $149,994 to the town of Yarmouth to support youth swimming programs. So we're utilizing that money to support those programs in small increments every year. And this year, with the growth of pickleball, we now are taking pickleball reservations in-house, and we'll be coordinating that with the group that's been running it for the first few years. So there's a new line item in the offset fund for revenues for pickleball, and I believe we threw a $10,000, $8,000 to $10,000 line on that to be modest, and we expect much more than that in the offset. Our challenges is by absorbing these previously independent programs, we're not expanding our staffing, so the impact to drive people to the internet to do the registrations there and to have proper coverage in the field to make sure our programs get the attention they need is always a challenge. And we don't know how the impact of the fee increases will be on the participant numbers as we increase for those impacts of minimum wage. And then because we tightly oversee the offset fund and have been so directed to be careful with our expectations. We don't leave a lot of room for other growth. If new opportunities come up during a fiscal year, it almost takes 2 years for us to be able to react to that. So let's say youth soccer decided they weren't going to run youth soccer and they asked the town to take it over. We don't have room at this point to take that over, accept those fees, run that program, and pay for that within our budget because we have a cap on it that's committed to other things. So that's the one challenge, and we hope that youth soccer never comes to be private. We're happy that the parents run it, and so are they, but that's an example. I don't want to leave the impression they might be coming over. They are not. With the natural resources, the only changes you'll see is in the contracted salary adjustments through our union negotiations. And then under challenges, coastal resiliency is a big challenge across the state and up and down the coast. And Carl's been working very hard with the state and some grants on that. And then the county dredges had some challenges. Both were down for a while, and he's having a hard time keeping the waterways open. I know now he's working on both the mouth of Pass River and Parker's River, but there was other dredging we had helped to accomplish, and our permits have expired before the dredge could get to us because it was broken down. Senior services, contractual wage increases as well, we'll see. And then we took the instructor wages and the fees that were being collected for those and put those fees into the general fund, and you'll see an increase in the professional and technical line for instructor wages to cover that. And then in our challenges, maintaining an aging facility while offering programs. As things break down, as things need to be fixed, that facility is used by so many people during the regular workday, in the evenings for meetings, on the weekends for church and Weight Watchers and the like, that when something needs to be shut down in order to fix it, it's very difficult to do that and keep programming running because it's running in all cylinders. And also to maintain the service levels with the increase of the baby boomers and the demographic demand. So that facility is close to maxing out, and Kathy's being very creative in finding new places and new ways to provide facilities. With our library fund, 610, changes again, contractual wage increases. There's 2 present vacancies in our full-time positions, which are we're going to be filling and are now in the budget. An increase in seasonal staffing hours, and a transfer of the cleaning contract from the library contract to DPW, which freed up some money to put into more staffing hours and more programming. And then, as always, and has been for many years, the challenge for Yarmouth is that we do not meet the minimum standard from the Mass
Board of Library Commissioners.
Board of Library Commissioners, thank you. So we are still in waiver status and will remain in waiver status, and we've now got a memorandum from that group that we have 5 years to catch up, and so we need to increase that funding in order to be able to participate in other programs that are statewide with the library system. In terms of budgets, that's really most of our changes, and all of the division heads are here if you have any questions particular to the budgets.
Mark, do you have any questions?
I don't have any questions, thank you.
Tracy?
I have a couple of questions. One of them, in recent years, we purchased our own smaller dredge. How is that operational, or are we able to?
It is operational. It is very small. It's mainly to clean up around the breakwaters, around our marinas, and around the pilings. It's not. It's about a 6-inch pipe versus a 18-inch pipe, so it cannot handle a navigational channel. It's for areas where the county dredge cannot get into. The time of year, windows have closed for us. Both county dredges were down. They will be operational, or they are operational now. We are expecting them in to take care of the urgent needs. The one area they didn't do was an area where we received grant funding for the upper reaches of Bass River around the Route 28 bridge. We are going to get an extension to that grant funding, and that is already on the schedule for next fall to be done by the county dredge. So we're not really losing any ground.
Okay, good. Do you have any data on the free programming that we provided, that we started to provide it last year, in terms of what's going to continue? How's the determination made as to where the biggest need, financially, what population, which programs are we going to charge for and which are we not? And once we make that determination, are we keeping track of its success, I guess?
We're keeping track in terms of participation numbers for recreation, and I can ask Kathy and Jane differently for their programming that they offer free as well. But when that challenge was put out to create more of a festive atmosphere around our beaches, which is what the challenge was, we chose 4 things to do to expand the movies to be at the beach as well as at the parks. And I believe last year there was over 500 people at the Jaws movie at Bass River Beach, which is an annual event. And some people think it's not funny, and others can't wait to go. So especially in the shark era that we have. But so I know that's a great success. I know that the Gaga ball, which is a form of dodgeball that's played within an inflatable pit, and we set it up with the lifeguards. So the cost was that we took our lifeguard staff early in the morning when it wasn't so busy in the water, and they set it up in different places, and they know how to play, and they can work with the kids. And we have a beach supervisor that can help with that. So we didn't count how many kids a day, but it was busy every day, and it didn't get punctured. So we know we can make that happen and do it again. Soccer, the first night didn't go off because of a misunderstanding, and then because it didn't happen, it lost its enthusiasm to grow. But by the end of the season, because we had it there for 6 weeks, we were seeing groups of 18 or 20 there, and we know that'll continue. And like an old PE teacher, you put out the 4 cones and throw the ball out, and they just take care of it themselves. They don't need refs. They don't need anything. And then we invited the high school students and graduates of DY to have a second music series at Parker's River Beach, and we did pay those young people to perform, and we found that money programming budget in our offset. So we thought that was very important because it showcased our local kids. It gave them a chance to play in town, and a lot of parents and friends came, and it was pretty much it was an alcohol-free, very positive atmosphere that we thought was healthy and a place to collect and congregate still in the light of day until 8. We shut it off before it got dark. So we know those are popular, and we'll be reaching out and seeing what other things might be of interest to people.
The golf budget says it's using 149 in reserves.
It says the 449.
I guess I'm trying to figure out how this.
On the golf budget, if you may, we if I remember correctly, we had to go back and forth with the Department of Revenue as it relates to what they'll accept as a revenue projection. Based on the receipts from the prior year, and I think we were at 110%. We had originally estimated that it was going to be 115% year-over-year increase, but after initial consult with them, we reduced that. That caused us to have to reduce the expense line items. So what we decided to do is they ended up projecting $147,000 reserve from operating revenue last year. We backed that in to balance the budget, And the DOR left open the idea that depending upon how quick we get out of the gate, if we have a good spring, at a town meeting floor, we could boost the revenue projection back up to 115%. We're showing at about 115% now. And then that would put the reserve money back. So it's kind of like a ledger
What's in the
situation.
reserves?
Well, right now it's 147,000.
49, so that,
So, well, we haven't touched the town appropriation.
okay.
So we had a really good year last year. We were trending quite good towards the fall. So the key for us is to keep that momentum going, get out of the gate early in the spring. And with some good weather, we would likely not even touch that 347 that was
So
appropriated.
it's still up in the air right
Yeah.
now to see where we end up, but the potential.
The potential is actually pretty promising.
And as a accounting format, and to be clear, we've left that 340 balance out of our balances, so it's not showing in our revenue stream at this moment, and it won't be added in until the end of the year if it's needed.
Okay. All right. So, and then my last question would be about Saturday hours at the library. I know we had worked to try to get some, and you were making it so you had more open hours and different. Are we still able to accomplish the Saturday hours in season?
We certainly are. Well, you just said in season.
Yeah, because there was only a portion of the year that you were doing it previously.
That's how it's going to remain for the foreseeable future. This coming summer, we'll have Saturday hours at the West Yarmouth Library from June through September, so 4 months.
Okay.
We'll work on increasing those if that is something that you think is a priority.
I think one of the, well, I mean, obviously, we'd love to, I think there isn't any of us here that probably wouldn't love to be able to fund more and get them open more, but when we had looked at it last, there was a lot of duplicity in the hours between them, and what you tried to do was shift it, so some were open more, and basically less duplicit and more coverage. So I'm just wondering.
Right. We haven't made any movement in the direction of changing the hours in the library yet. My goal is to make a consistent opening time over at West, which is more in line with the opening time at South, because the public gets confused when we have staggered opening times. But the funding that we're looking at, that's the slight increase in funding in our staffing lines, is just going to really cover the bare bones coverage that we need at the current time.
Okay. All right. And I guess the rest of it is, we'll talk about we'll have a chance to talk about the free cash for.
Yeah, all that is part of Chris's presentation.
Yeah, okay, so we'll get to that later. Okay.
This is just the regular budget.
What's that?
Thank you.
Mark?
I'm all set. Thanks.
I had a couple questions. Jane, on this sort...
Mark twice and not Eric.
I didn't go to Eric, sorry. Eric.
Left, right, it's like...
Yeah, whatever. Sorry about that.
I tried to be quick.
It wasn't that intentional.
Thank you for the presentation. I just want to clarify one thing. That 340 some odd thousand that was appropriated at last year's town meeting, you're saying that hasn't been touched?
That's correct. And we still have $100,000 in above last year's projection.
That's pretty good.
Good. Okay. I just wanted to make sure I understood that correctly. Thank you.
That's very good, Scott.
Yes, Scott, very good.
Jane, in terms of the certification, the state certification that you said you have to catch up with, I think it's within, 5 years?
Yes, sir.
How does that affect funding for you? Are there, if you don't reach that level, are there missed grant opportunities? What does that mean to you in economic terms?
Yes, indeed. The state has been very generous in allowing a number of communities to be in waiver status, those that aren't meeting the minimum appropriation requirement. But it's been quite a while since the fallout of the economy in 08 and 09. And so, as Pat mentioned, they put some parameters around making it a 5-year time frame now for communities to catch up. If and when we ever got to a point where the town of Yarmouth was still under the minimum appropriation requirement and the opportunity for a waiver was exhausted, we would lose certification, which means that cooperation among the libraries is not something that is allowed after you're a decertified library. So our Yarmouth residents wouldn't be able to have the convenience of the millions of items that they're able to borrow throughout the state. They would just be able to borrow Yarmouth items. And that stopped a long time ago. It's a trend that everyone realizes that it's better to have the reciprocity of all the libraries cooperating. The other opportunity that would be missed would be eligibility for grants. So there are grants for professional development, for technology improvements, and a variety of other things, as well as the planning and design and the construction, renovation and construction grants that the Mass Board of Library Commissioners administers.
The early childhood play groups that you have, I think through the South Yarmouth Library.
The story times and the musical
for the
discoveries.
Very young children.
Yes, sir.
How is that funded, and how long have you had those programs?
I'm so glad you asked. We don't have a budget line in the Yarmouth Library budget for programming. Our funding is provided through donations and through fundraising from our two association groups. The West Yarmouth and the South Yarmouth Library Association help all age programming, funding speakers or authors or supplies for all the things that we do around special events, summer reading, and the holiday programs and things like that. And without that funding, we wouldn't be able to do any programming. So it's all funded through fundraising money. Donations.
Because I hear amazing things about those programs. People
are amazing. Should come over.
People are very, very delighted and think they're just great for the kids.
They're wonderful. We have a terrific staff, and they are very creative. This morning we had a staff meeting, and Connie Marr laid out the summer reading program, and I was exhausted by the time she finished. They do something like 40 programs in the summer, a staff of 2.
There seems to be, just from what I'm hearing, there seems to be a real emphasis on exposing very, very young infants to these kind of programs. What are the ages at which these kids come to those programs?
Just born to age 18. But we have programs for infants. There was a sign language program that we did twice last year for the pre-language children, young babies. It's all pre-literacy, and it's all socialization and, quality of life and smart people, making smart people.
Okay. That's it. Anyone else?
Just to add to your point, Mr. Chairman, on or your question related to funding, we've highlighted in our next presentation, but since Jane and Community Services is up here, we did work with Jane this budget cycle to work on a 4-year plan to get the libraries out of waiver status. This is the first year as presented to the board this evening, which is why you'll see a little bit of an increase above and beyond what you would normally see in their salary line. As Jane mentioned, that's to pay for, in part, some additional seasonal staff to bring them both up to a level that they can sustain their operations, but to continue the weekend hours. So we're going to continue to work on that plan to develop more programming and other opportunities at the library where we can offer a service, but also work toward getting the library out of waiver status.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Chris, I wanted to thank you for that.
Dan, anything?
No, I do know that Jane has been a significant advocate for more funding, and I think the presentation that was put in front of the board a meeting or two ago with the opportunity available potentially in the very near future of a new facility, that energy and effort will pay great dividends and will be needed to get to the grant cycle on that. And I think we're all excited about what she does with the facilities we have, what we could do with a beautiful brand new facility like that down the line. So we're really focused on getting out of waiver status, and she does a great job. So thank you, Jane.
Just as a heads up to Jane, Mark had mentioned, I think last time you were in, about educating the public and having a lot of public outreach with respect to a consolidation of the West Yarmouth and South Yarmouth libraries. And the reason I say I've given you a heads up is we're already getting emails about people saying they want their own little village.
Linda sends them to me.
So back to,
But I've heard it's happened before, so. hopefully.
But to heed Mark's warnings or advice or whatever you want to say, they certainly are not without substance. It's going to be, I think it's going to be a significant hill to climb.
At the staff meeting this morning, we had a quick conversation about the comments that are coming across the desk at both West and South. And I was under the impression that it was a lot of grave concern, but what I heard this morning is that we're getting as many, if not more, positive comments, you know, that we tried it before and it's now's the time. And so I'm being optimistic. I'm staying optimistic.
Okay, well, thank you very much.
Thank you. I have 3 articles that I need to deal with.
Yeah.
Okay. So the first article is Article 3, which is the golf budget that needs to be certified. Tracy had asked those questions about numbers. As Dan said, we had decreased expenses to 3,684,692 and revenues down to 3,535,692, and then we'll be using the 149 in the reserves to balance. And as we get closer to town meeting, if we think that there's an opportunity to increase those revenues and those expenses and the DOR is comfortable, we'll be presenting that to you. So that's the article for town meeting to.
What basis did you use for your revenue projections? Did you use the current the current fee structure or the structure that's going to be proposed?
So
this is for last year, though, right?
Right. This is the current structure. We use those numbers for the remainder of FY19. So those are the new fees that were going into effect.
Okay.
Because we could only go up 5% plus the 150 capital. So, right. That's the 150 that they approved. The
so
5%
what's been approved now? But
right.
okay.
That's and that will be through the calendar year, because golf kind of goes a calendar year.
Okay. Even if there's action at town meeting,
that'll be in effect as of 2020.
Okay.
Sorry, I answered your question before you finished asking the whole thing. So that is the article for town meeting to fund the budget. And then the second article, Article 47, which is almost the last article, is the Enterprise Committee has recommended an increase in membership fees over the established 5% cap. And this now requires a vote of town meeting to be approved, so the fees will take effect for the 2020 calendar year. And that's 47. And the 2 public meetings that had been laid out since the fees were first announced, and public sentiment for the golf membership is supportive of the increase at this time. So this is the presentation to increase the fee from $892 plus $150 for a capital one-time fee to a straight $1,150.
So the article will word the fee to be the $1,150 and not to remove the cap.
That's correct, and the cap will stay on, as recommended by the community and the enterprise fund. Good. So we won't be removing that. And then as we go forward, we'll see if we could then continue with the 5% and how long we can do that and weigh out the expenses. The article itself was written by town council so that it matches the requirements of the previous article as written and voted on in 2006. And so town council has put the appropriate words forward, and we'll be doing a short video with the explanation of articles. We'll be having Scott and the team do that so that there'll be an explanation on that. So this is the article explanation for 47. And then I was asked to also address Article 48, which doesn't have any up here at the moment. Article 48 was an informational article that you asked us to put on and put on hold as a spot holder for the potential library development that was coming up. You thought it might be interesting to have this talked about at town meeting. It's the very last article, so I'm not sure that anyone will be left to hear it, for one thing. But with that aside, there might be another avenue to communicate that information, but that's why it was added to the end of the warrant. So tonight I asked, do you think that that's still pertinent and we should do something with that? Or, sorry, that it's at 48, so how would you like us to handle that?
I think it's extremely premature. I think information is important, but I think that we don't have enough real information to educate anybody at this point. So I would propose that we remove that article from the warrant. That's my suggestion.
May I ask a question?
We voted on this. It was 3-2 to
put it on the warrant, wasn't it?
Yes.
Placeholder, yep.
So what's the question? I don't understand the question.
It's a placeholder, so I'm just clarifying now that it's informational. It's really not a vote to do anything. It's just information about the proposed going forward.
No, it wasn't. There was.
Yes,
there
it was.
There was money attached.
Nope, there was
No,
not.
no
It was
money.
for information only.
I thought there was money.
There was money in an older article from 2016 that I said could become available if you decided to make the vote. I forget the dollar value, but
Did we
It's like
check with?
$15,000.
$15,000 to support that effort. Yeah.
We never talked about that, 15. We talked about they wanted 50. That's
Yeah,
what
well, they were all over the board actually on that
Yeah, exact-
conversation. Yeah.
Yeah.
But in order to assist a little bit with, if they needed to produce some promotional materials and whatnot, we did have a funding source from leftover from a few years ago that we could access.
They need to be reappropriated?
Yeah, so that would be what we would look to do is with your guidance. If you wanted us to reappropriate that, we could do that.
Because I thought there was some money for startup.
We had a conversation about that, but at that point, it was decided by the board not to fund it at that time. But I'd say we had an older article available if you needed to do that.
I believe you would ask them to come back with a charge before a lot else in terms of funding. But one of the points was before there was funded, what were we funding? So there was a charge that was attached to, because the committee had done its work and given you their presentation. So their work was done. So it needs a new charge to continue forward. And then that new charge might include searching out a new site, or potentially a design rendering, so that would need money. So that would maybe be at both times, but we haven't gotten to that charge part. If we could by the town meeting, then it might be appropriate for 48 to be that with that vote, but it's up to you.
If there's confusion about 48, are we going to vote on 47 tonight?
And 3.
Or
I was going to wait till, Norm
Wait for
is
Norm.
interested in golf, so
Okay.
I figured we would.
No, that's fine.
I wasn't going to move then. That's not to say somebody else couldn't.
No, I agree with you. I think that he is very interested in the golf budget, so we
It's-
might
it
as
was
well
three
hold
and
vote,
48.
actual vote till he's here.
3 and 47 were the golf questions.
Okay. Does anybody have any questions? I have a question on the article. I'm confused. The 150 that people seem to agree with for the one-time capital expense, that's going in this year, correct?
That's correct.
Is that going in as a separate item, or is that going to be
Neither, sir. The 150
on top of the old fee?
The one-time $150 fee, you approved at the fee hearing a couple of months ago.
Okay.
And we said to you that it was a one-time capital improvement
I
fee.
remember Jay saying it's a new fee, so
Your membership fee was X plus the 150.
Okay.
And we were going to specifically use the funds raised by the 150 to pay off part of the debt.
Correct.
So, and then next year, there was no intention of a 150, so this article is to supplement and add that 150 on top of what would have been the
just one
5%. That's correct.
Okay, but the fee, the total amount is going to be what the existing fee was plus the 150,
Close.
pretty much as one line.
That's correct, but it will be one eye for each different
Okay.
level of membership,
And I
right?
don't think you're going to have any problem with that. And what I hear in the public from many golfers is that they're very happy to pay that, and they rave about the quality of the courses. They love the condition of the courses. They think they're first-class courses. And I think the product's there, and I think when the product's there, people are willing to pay.
Yeah, Scott can't run all the mowers and do all the other work, but he certainly is overseeing the crew and doing great work all around. Well, the only thing that is occurring, that just as an update very quickly for you, is that the people are holding off on purchasing their memberships till they know what's happening with the RFP. So though we would normally have a flow of memberships when people would be paying in 3 installments and have been doing that for quite a few years, and there's some uncertainty because they're not sure what's going to happen with the courses if the board recommends and Mr. Knappich signs in for a management company or a consultant or a lease or whatever, and that's what the RFP piece is. So we might be seeing a delay in purchasing of memberships and having people join the course until we settle that issue.
Okay.
All right.
Dan, you got anything?
I have one further thing for you, and that is our community service plan. As a new division, what we're trying to do, and give you kind of a 100-foot visual here, we're working to coordinate access to public, nonprofit, and private resources for our citizens. We're helping to develop integrated programs and access to them across divisions using established software. So the software at the Senior Center is useful for some things with the library services. As golf adds new programming and they don't have that type of software, they can utilize recreation software that runs through that division, but we can identify and put the revenues into golf so it doesn't commingle. So we're doing trying to break down those silos, which was one of the challenges, and we're starting to work on that. And then we're working closely in support of the Yarmouth Substance Abuse Committee, the police department, the school district, the fire department, and other agencies with projects and marketing materials. So you had asked if we had any programs or services dealing with the opioid issues and some of the special social and health issues in town. So this is what I've collected in the last 3 weeks, working with the social worker from the school, the social worker hired through the police department on their 4-year grant, the social worker that works through our senior services division, and the family adjustment counselor, as well as a number of nonprofits that we've been working with across the board. So what we're doing is creating a resource manual that first responders will be able to put in their cruisers and ambulances and trucks and have it on the beach, and there'll be materials that they can hand to people if they're in a crisis situation or need references. There'll be a way of going on a map, and there's an intern through the United Way who's a VISTA intern, an AmeriCorps intern, and she's presently mapping all of these areas and all of these programs. So you could click on your phone and see with a key and be drawn right to their website and emergency numbers. And so if you're in need of help, there's a way that you can access that information both through our forward-facing staff as well as through the internet. And then when we get a number of things, Kathy Bailey and her group is going to be working to do some age dementia training with all of our community-facing staff. So from the tax collector's office to Carl's staff to the library staff, so that they have an understanding of that particular issue and how to deal with it, and then go on with that to some mental health issues and some addiction issues. So we're putting the resources together so that you can be confident and our community can be confident that we know what's out there and what services are available. Bruce Murphy and the Health Department and the Board of Health are doing an exceptional job with a number of programs and grants. So I'm working with him as well. So I'm trying to cross all the different departments and give a resource that you're aware of and the community's aware of. And as an example, could you pass those out for me? These are cards that were created by a grant that Cal Bogdan oversees with the police department and Annie Catalano, who's been working there. And every officer has a card, and these are in all of the cruisers. And if you have an issue, and if you're a member of the public and at a scene and you need some help, they can just hand you this card, and it has a multitude of resources in different categories. So there's a lot of work being done out there. There's a lot of work that isn't being duplicated. And there's a lot of ways that Yarmouth is involved in those. So we'll continue to work on that and get more and more done.
Anybody have any questions on the community services plan?
I think it's awesome.
Any comments?
No, I agree.
Thank you. Thank you for
Thank
that.
you.
Okay, thank you very much.
I do want to make one comment because my comments
Sure.
probably sound gruff about the library. And
Go ahead.
in no way, shape, or form does my advocacy for putting it off this year speak to my support of the project. I'm just very concerned that we don't have enough information at this point. So I don't want it to be misinterpreted.
Thanks for saying that, Tracy, and I appreciate the support, and we are working on getting some educational materials together. What I wanted to ask is it appropriate to have materials available at town meeting?
You have to talk to Dan Horgan, the moderator. He authorizes any handouts there.
Okay,
So
because I know the study committee is working on little leaflets and handouts and things
if
for
you
our...
send them to him, he can approve them.
Terrific. I'll share them with you, too. Thank you.
Thanks. Okay, next item. public hearing on FY20 budget, capital plan, and free cash. Show me the money. Articles 1, 2, 4, 5, 9, 10, and 12.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, if we follow last year's format, there was a legal ad put in the paper for the budget hearing, and it started with the capital budget presentation, and I think we'll do the same this year. Move towards the Finance Committee will put on a presentation. I was notified today that the DY school superintendent will not be able to make it here till March 19th to give us their budget presentation, but what I'd like to do is wrap the hearing with an update from what I presented to you back in December on the budget as things have evolved and we've gotten to know more numbers. So those three pieces will make up the hearing tonight. I would recommend that we hold the hearing open until we get the additional information from the school department.
Do you have the public hearing notice?
You know, I looked for that in the packet. I didn't happen to see the notice, but it was noticed as a public hearing.
We need to read it to open the...
I have it. I have one of your
Open
files here, Dan.
Do you have it there?
I don't know if it's in here or not. Why don't you give me these files? Let's see.
You need to read it. You can just say that it's open.
Do you have anything on there?
I don't, but it was advertised.
It was advertised,
Yeah.
absolutely it was, yeah.
So I guess we're gonna have public comment on this.
It's a public hearing, yeah, but then we have to leave it open.
We'll open it, leave it open for Woodbury. Oh, Woodbury, right?
I understand.
Yeah. Or are you saying not do it at all?
No, I don't think we have to.
Huh?
We have to open
Yeah,
it.
yeah. And it's, okay, do a piece, right? So,
I guess I make a motion that we open the public hearing for the FY20 budget, capital plan, and free cash.
okay, do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, any further discussion? All those in favor? Aye. All right, so the public hearing on FY20 budget, capital plan, and free cash is now open. Do we have a motion to continue this hearing after we conclude tonight to, what was that date, March 9th?
March 19th is the date that we expect the school department to.
Okay, we have a motion to continue this at the conclusion of tonight's hearing to March 19th for further hearing.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, all those in favor? Aye. All right, I wanted to get that out of the way so I didn't forget to continue it at the end. We're good. Tracy usually reminds me, but who knows, maybe she'd forget, and I wouldn't do it, so.
Good evening, and I'd like to introduce our committee. We're the Capital Budget Committee. To my right is Joanne Crowley. She is the vice chair and the representative from the planning board. Kurt Sears is behind me. Hi, Kurt. Kathy Heisler over here. And Judy Tarver is to my left, representative from the FinCom. Bob Chiavara could not be here tonight. So we'd like to start by saying thank you to the department heads. Without your help, we wouldn't be here. And especially to Chris for all his guidance this year. He's been a big help to our committee. So we have to see if we can get the remote to work.
It's the right arrow.
Okay. Just to give you a little overview of our process for the public sake at home, I know the board has heard it before, but we thought for the sake of the public at home who is watching, we wanted to just...
I think it's a good thing that you do, because some people probably are listening to this for the first time, so I think the process is very important.
Oh, thank you. Okay. So it starts with the Board of Selectmen issuing guidance to and setting your goals and objectives for the year. Then the town administrator issues calls to the departments and sets their calendar for submission and review. At that point, The Capital Budget Committee receives the requests, and we designate members of our committee to go out to the various departments and meet with the department heads, view the equipment, and get some understanding of the requests before we start meeting with the department heads. So at that point, the department heads come in and meet with us one at a time, and we review the requests. And then we start doing our priorities and needs prior to us presenting to the Finance Committee, which we have already done. Which leads to tonight with our recommendations. So we start in September, and we go through until February or March. And I just want to make one note that we are missing one member, so if anyone out there in the public would like to join us and have some fun, we'd love to hear from you. Please let us know. So our recommendations at a glance, we looked at more than 70 requests this year for a total of $28.7 million. We recommended 66% of the overall plan, but only 36% of the items that had to compete for the $1.5 million levy limit that we have. We voted to support the borrowing for the construction of the new DPW facility. And due to budget constraints, we offer no addition to the Capital Stabilization Fund. The current balance right now is $1,279,125. So from the levy, we recommend $1.5 million. From Enterprise and Reserve, $2,257,600, all subject to funding availability, which we'll talk about in a little bit. Roadways, $1,475,664. That's from the levy from the previous override that we had. $200,000 of that is for stormwater. Special revenue, $76,000 from the recycling funds. One free cash item for $110,000. And as I mentioned, the DPW capital project for $13,500,000. So total $18,921,481 for this year, fiscal 20. So I apologize for the slide being very small for those at home. It is available on the website. But these are the items that we have recommended to move forward from the $1.5 million. We went through each item, and I can read them for the public's sake. From the Building and Grounds Department, we recommended a Gravely mower. It's a brush mower, I guess. Only one. They asked for two, but we recommended one. From the Parks Department, a dump trailer. From the Parks Department, also some fencing along 6A near the playground. We did not recommend the other fencing near the Village Green. Facilities, we recommended bathhouse windows, HVAC, various buildings, Seagull Beach Fisherman's Access. And we'll entertain any questions on these when we get done. A vacuum sweeper from the Highway Department. Various items from the IT department, which would make the department more efficient with less downtime, planned replacement programs. So there was a PC and component replacement program, network infrastructure replacement program, and townwide IT infrastructure upgrades. Natural resources, we recommended 5 items. Englewood Beach railing, waterway channel dredge, beach nourishment, computer tablets for the Natural Resource Department, 5 of them, a patrol boat engine and trailer for the Natural Resource Department. Shore erosion, we recommended 25,000 of the 50 requested. The committee feels that this particular item is the cost of doing business and really should be within the budget. For the police department, we recommended 3 items. Vehicle replacement, $120,000 out of the $160,000 that was requested. Level 2 body armor and a second recommendation for the radio system upgrade. Last year, we did $250,000. This year, we're doing $250,000. At the school department, we recommended 4 items. All these items are a shared cost with the town of Dennis, so we're not really sure where they're at with their capital their program, but all 4 of these items are impacted by the town of Dennis because they do have a portion of the cost. So there are security doors at the kitchen, the school zone traffic lights, and impact-resistant window treatments, and a small utility trailer. So, for a total of $1.5 million.
Can I just ask one quick question?
Sure.
They used to, or you used to denote whether it was new or replacement.
For vehicles?
For any of this stuff. All of our capital items used to say whether it was a replacement or a new item.
We made a note of that on the vehicles. Any particular one you have in question, Tracy?
Well, not particularly, but just in general. And the schools, do we know which schools those security doors are for?
Yes, they are all schools. They're the kitchen doors. The kitchen, I guess, it gets very hot in the kitchen, and they sometimes have to open the door. And this is like a grated door that will let the air in and can be secured at the same time as while opening the outside door.
Door for every kitchen? For
Yes.
every school? So, okay.
The traffic lights are a replacement, because the window treatment is not a replacement, it's just a treatment that goes over the windows for security purposes. The utility trailer is a replacement.
Is a replacement?
Replacement. It's a $10,000 item. Our portion is $6,818. Did you want to say something, Judy?
I have a question. On the school items, is that just the Yarmouth portion?
Yes.
And what are you using for a percentage for Dennis?
Each item is different. They gave us the figure.
Dennis did?
No, the school committee. Very good.
My understanding, though, it's based on the school split.
Right, but I guess my question, Chris, is what are they figuring for a split, right now?
I can tell you which.
60% on the trailer.
So 68-32.
So I guess it gets just
32%, is that about that?
For Dennis, yeah.
Because not every school is a district school. So like for Emmy Small, that would be
Right.
100%
That's
ours.
us, yeah.
So I'm trying to figure out how you calculated that.
I'm assuming that but to Tracy's point, that for Emmy Small elementary school, you put in 100% of that cost for Yarmouth, I would think.
Are you talking about the security doors?
I'm just talking about the school stuff in general. Like, it gets a little bit complicated. I just want to make sure we're looking at the right numbers before it gets to a warrant, because, so, like, Azure Baker is not a district school per se, or Emmy Small. Those are school buildings that are...
Doors may not have been every...
Right, and they gave us a total cost, and they broke out the costs for the town of Yarmouth. When,
Okay, so that was done by the...
By Ken Jenks, yes.
That was done by I have the presentation, their presentation that they gave to the committee. If there's a particular project that you want to know what the split
I'm
is.
just talking about the school, like the doors. Let's take that as an example. Are we paying 100% for Emmy Small doors and they're paying for Azure Baker, or is it the total amount of the doors being split by the student population?
Yeah, so they said exterior graded security doors for kitchen, total requests that they're looking for is $30,000. Dennis would contribute $9,545, and then Yarmouth would contribute the $20,000, excuse me, 227. That's listed here. It is not broken out in the presentation.
So is 20,000 68% of 30, or is it actually? No, it's not. So I think
so. It's like 70-30, right?
That's all right.
20,000 and
as long
10,000.
as we're paying for our portion of what we're responsible for.
Yes.
Okay. Sorry, not to get overly complicated, but when it goes to their town meeting, we have to make sure our numbers match.
Sure.
Correct. Yep. All right, moving forward. From the ambulance fund, there were 3 items requested from the fire department. The first one is to replace the 2008 ambulance for $290,000. Replace fire gear and equipment for $150,000, and make the third payment for the purchase of the 2016 pumper back to the stabilization fund for $100,000. From the water
Can I
department?
ask you a question? Is
Sure.
that the last payment, or are there any more payments on that?
My understanding is-
Going back to the stabilization account?
It's the last one. It's
That's
the last payment.
Okay.
From the water department, they requested 5 items. Well development, redevelopment for $156,000. Facilities improvements for $552,600. Water tank painting for $200,000. Production distribution, $250,000, and production system hardware for $292,000, for a total of $1,450,600. And from the golf department, we were recently notified that from the DOR that funding was not available, but we were told that the $167,000 for the lease course equipment is in the budget at this time. So we will not be recommending the $100,000 for the course equipment purchases unless other funding sources can be found. On roadways, we recommended roadways improvements of $1,275,664. And on stormwater improvements, we recommended keeping that level funded at the $200,000 that was recommended last year. And as I stated before, on the Public Works building, we recommended the debt exclusion for $13,500,000. From recycling revenues, there were 2 items: waste management windows for $12,000 and replacing 1997 recycled compactors for $64,000. There are 2 of those.
May I ask a question?
Mm-hmm.
At our last meeting, didn't we decide to postpone the DPW vote until the fall?
Yeah, that's a great question. After that meeting, Ed Centio had brought some critical information to our attention, and I'd asked Ed to address that if it came up tonight, as to why we might want to reconsider that scenario.
A couple of reasons why you might want to consider it. First of all, the impact in terms of overrides. If we avoid an override in terms of both the school and the school operating budget and the school capital, then you may only have one override and might have a higher success for passing potentially. The other item is if there is no funding passed in the May town meeting and you wait until the fall town meeting, we've already set our tax rate, hopefully. So if you pass the funding, then we then have to wait until the next July to actually increase our tax rate to accommodate the borrowing. We do have some options potentially. You have some free cash that has not yet been allocated to anything. So that money could be allocated along with any other free cash that's certified in the fall town meeting to allow the DPW building to be to move forward if you so choose, and if the voters indicated they want to go forward with that building. In addition, you have capital stabilization, which is an available fund. You could use that money in the fall town meeting and allocate that. And then there's some possibility of some Chapter 90 funding. So if you did do it again in May and it passed and you had the funding, then you could proceed. If you waited until July, then there's some additional money, perhaps to keep it going until you can reset the tax rate. So the issue is is having to set the tax rate or doing the tax rate once in hopefully July, so we can get the tax bills out to fund the government. If we wanted to wait until set our tax rate until October or November, when you might have a fall town meeting, then we're going to have to borrow money to keep the rest of the town going.
If we borrowed against ourselves out of the capital stabilization fund, what would the debt service for the first year be in payment to get the project going that we could?
Well, that depends on the phases of the project, so I really can't say until we finished off, or till the committee has finished off.
Well, average borrowing on $13 million. What's?
Well, we would do a short-term borrowing, or we would just use the cash out of those funds. But we, again, in order to do the borrowing, we have to have authorization to actually do the borrowing from a town meeting. So what we would have to use is the money from the capital stabilization, free cash, and maybe Chapter 90 to fund the project.
Just for the first year?
Just for the first year.
Yeah, except for one complicating facet of that, though. For whatever the phases of the project are, if it goes out, just say, as an example, $13.5 million, you have to have enough money available to bind the contract for that dollar value. So that complicates things a little bit. But to Ed's point, if you had authorization from town meeting to do a borrowing, then we can actually, for that first year, much like we've done with the 2 school projects, that first year is a very much smaller level of effort, short amount of money we could actually probably borrow from ourselves.
That's what I'm thinking.
But we need to have an authorization for the whole contract value.
We could set the tax rate in early, have the special town meeting in May, and borrow from ourselves, authorize ourselves to borrow that for that first year payment.
Yeah, or what you can do is you can just use the capital stabilization, use the free cash, which would then reduce the amount of borrowing you would do, and you would offer to the public in a fall town meeting. So,
So we'd like to give you some options to think about in advance of that, because we all appreciate that this is a high priority item, and it had come to our attention through Ed's review of the last meeting on that we should have an opportunity to bring some additional information to you.
Well, maybe you know more than I do, but I don't foresee not having an override this year, so.
I live in hope every day.
You'll choose when you bring, depending on what happens with the middle school building, you can choose when you want to have that override. Will that happen in May? Will that happen
I'm talking about the operating. I'm just talking about the regular school operating. Yeah. We're going to have.
Yeah,
I shift to 30-something students, aren't we?
It's 1.9 million.
My understanding is part of the, I don't want to speak prematurely, but part of the work that administration was trying to do on the budget was to try to avoid or minimize significantly the likelihood we'd be in an override scenario. So I don't really know what the final outcome is going to be. It's probably going to be kind of helpful to have them appear at us on March 19th, very late in the cycle, much like it was last year. Hopefully by then we'll know what the actual dollar value is going to be.
So we can make a decision on this at a later.
Yeah, sure.
And I wasn't able to make today's subcommittee meeting at the school, but I believe they have concluded and have a recommendation they're going to give to the school committee as it relates to some of the financial matters, and that will come before them on Monday.
So you
come before the school board on Monday.
You wanted to give this a second look after we find out where we are with the schools?
With the school situation, and also better define for you the avenue to finance this if we decided to be mindful of the tax rating setting procedure. Because in many towns, they do a quarterly billing cycle, so you can set the tax rate as late as December. But here, we have to do it because we do it semi-annually in July, and that backs us up pretty significantly. So we have to really plan ahead if we wanted to launch this project this year.
And, it also depends on your position on whether the town will fund any student shift or whether that will go to an override. So there are some decisions and considerations that you have as it relates to the school and whether there might be an override.
I understand. Any questions of Ed on this? I suppose it doesn't hurt to, give it a look after we get more concrete numbers from the school, but
But I thought the other
I think what Tracy said, from what I heard, there's going to be a significant student shift. And historically, budget increases due to the shift, we've usually agreed to fund.
We've agreed to shift the Yarmouth portion
Correct.
of the shift, but not necessarily the decrease in the Dennis students.
Correct.
So that's, just parsing that a little bit.
But the other piece that another reason that we put it off was because the concrete numbers weren't there till later on for the facility.
For the facility, yeah, but it's not uncommon, though, to go off, we'll have a more refined estimate, but we've been at that $13.5 million for quite some time, but many towns will put out a borrowing before they put the bid. I mean, it's nice to be able to have a number in hand, but remember, Jeff had mentioned that the contractor might only hold to those numbers for 30 or 60 days, and with a town meeting form of government, I mean, if you had a city council or town council form of government, you could have the bid in hand, go to those councils, get the vote within a two-meeting cycle, and you'd be done with it. But in our form, it's far more cumbersome, and you got to not uncommonly go out with just an estimate. And then what happens is communities often, the estimate's short by the time it goes to bid, and then you got to go back through the process again.
Sorry.
Oh. Okay. Thanks,
Thank you, Ed.
We hijacked that a little bit, but, it's all part of the picture.
All right, so our last item was an item that we recommended from free cash. We see it is on the free cash list for discussion tonight, and that was the 10-year dredging nourishment plan for the natural resources. The next two slides we have are charts, just informational only for the board, which shows basically what was recommended versus what was requested on the first one. And on the second one is a 5-year outlook for capital. You also have a 5-year plan that was provided to you in your packet, and a 10-year plan which looks at projects over $1 million. This particular slide is looking ahead at major projects. We just focused on 3 of them, which would be Cape Tech, and what the impact would be to as far as the debt and interest costs and the average annual costs, just to give you the information. Each year that we get together as capital, we have challenges and considerations, and this year we found a few of them that we wanted to identify to the board and talk a little bit about. We're finding more and more operating expenses bundled together and presented to us as capital. It might be playground equipment, for an example. Sometimes they take it and they bundle it all together, and it's over $10,000, but it's not really one particular capital item. Other items would be like the Lewis Bay fishing study, police training, weapons, which were bundled together. You buy enough of anything, you can be over $10,000. So we recommend that, the operating budget, I know through budget constraints over the last several years, a lot of the smaller capital has been taken out of the budget. So that's one thing that we're running into. Another thing is the projects presented to us in advance of organizational or policy decisions by the board or administration. We can give you a couple examples of that, the police training facility. Centralized dispatch was in our list, but I don't think that's been truly vetted by the board as of yet. There were other items that we believe, let me see which else, the body armor, body-worn cruiser and cameras were on the list, and as much as we would like to fund them, we didn't have and we feel there needs to be more discussion on that before the capital makes their recommendation. Another thing we discussed was the inadequate funding of the routine capital. We've been given $1.5 million every year for the last several years, which is it's really great that you can put that aside, but we'd like to see if possible if it could grow by 2.5% each year, because every year the 1.5 gets smaller and smaller as we try to make our recommendations. We also talked about possibly creating an annual appropriations similar to roadways for waterways, for our waterways infrastructures, which is, really a big part of our town. And yet some of these projects are so large, we can't possibly fund them through the $1.5 million. So more discussion needs to be had on those critical areas in the town, that, like revetments and shore erosion, dredging, permitting, beach replenishment. There's an awful lot of money that needs to go into that, and we really, in the 1.5, only can fund a small portion of it. So there were quite a few items that we were not able to fund, as you can see on this list. Our focus was on safety, security, customer service impacts. As I said, we could only fund 36% of the items requested. That were there was $4 million worth of items competing for the $1.5 million. So these are the list of the items that we did not recommend. We'll be glad to answer any questions on those. There were several that were withdrawn during the process due to other information that came forward or other funding sources. We wanted to let We wanted to let the public know and the board know that we now have a new web page, Capital Budget Committee page on the website, which has all the documents that we've talked about tonight for the public if they want to go look at that. And we plan on using this in the future to get information out there so the public knows what we're doing and what our recommendations are. So we thank Chris for setting that up. Yeah. This year we had additional information, and we want to thank the department heads and administration for providing us with the new asset management system. Was able to produce worksheets of all capital in the town. It gave condition points, miles, age of vehicles, odometer readings, engine hours. It gave us a lot of useful information this year for us to use during our deliberation. So we want the board to realize that that we did give this consideration when we were making our recommendations, and it did come in handy. We thank the departments for putting that together, because it was a lot of work. So we're glad to answer any questions.
Okay, does anyone have any questions? Tracy?
I have one about the schools. I hate to point it out, but I think it's important for the public to know. You know, we get criticized often about the condition of the schools, and I'm surprised at what's been requested in terms of the condition that some of our schools are in. But, you know, to see a utility trailer on here, and I mean, I'm very happy about the security. I think that that's extremely important. But, you know, we've got tennis court, parking area, mowers.
One of the requests we did get was to look at the flooring at Station Ave Elementary. However, when the condition report was given to us, there was a very strong anecdote of standing water over the summer, which was a very humid summer that we just experienced. But there was no discussion of the mitigation for that, for the problem.
Right.
So we were... Right. So we were a little hesitant to recommend new flooring if the problem wasn't addressed, and there wasn't any indication of what the plan was for that.
the energy management system that has been on the request for the last 2 years. We were told that there could possibly be some green community grant money available next year, so that's one reason we did not recommend that one. That's also shared with the town of Yarmouth, town of Dennis.
Last year when they were here, I think, well, I know it was my feeling that we needed to do our own assessment of the buildings. Was there anybody from capital budget or anybody from the town that went through and looked at our facilities and made a recommendation, or did these come from the district?
Yeah. Well, the recommendations did come from the district, but yes, Kurt and I did meet with the facilities people at the school district, and again, they outlined what projects they wanted to do, but there wasn't that problem-solving kind of approach. So, do you want to add anything about that?
Well, I just don't see like the Emmy Small Roof's not on here again.
Right.
I'm surprised to not see it come back.
Right.
The Emmy Small Roof is on the master facility plan because it's a project over $1 million. They proposed it for next fiscal year at $1.2 million.
So last year we had $40,000 that was like a stopgap repair for that roof.
And did
Did
it work?
I think one of the things that's I would like to see happen with the schools, one is either both FinComs or both capital budget committees at least work together on the schools. You look at the kind of 5-year, 10-year plans we have as a town, we don't see that in the schools. Again, you have legitimate questions about why some of these requests are made. They wanted 4 trucks that have an average mileage of 40,000 miles on them. And we're expecting 125,000 miles out of our vehicles.
Well, they thanked parents last night for painting one of the bathrooms, which was somewhat embarrassing. I'm grateful for the parents that step forward and do that, but we can't, I'm just curious how the capital, if we're not painting our bathrooms.
Yeah, I don't know whose job it is.
We get criticized an extreme amount about the condition of our school buildings. And I don't see any requests for any significant upgrade.
Yeah, we question that also. Again, we hope there would be a 5-year plan and maybe even a 10-year plan, but they seem to go year to year and see whatever, wherever there's a hole in the dike, they're trying to stick their finger in it, basically, is what it comes down to sometimes, instead of being forward approach to this thing.
Well, again,
But we can't make them do that.
No, I understand, but there are school buildings.
We can encourage them, but we can't make them.
And there are ours, so I feel like at some point in time, we as a town need to work with, I'm not sure who from the town, but somebody needs to go and work with them to create a plan. Because no plan is a plan to fail, and that's where we're at.
And my personal feeling is, watching them put together a budget, I think they really struggle with that anyways, but I think if we could help them more on the capital side and define it better, what's capital, what's operating, we could maybe relieve some of those operating pressure, budget pressures that they have, that, things are being stuck in operating that don't belong there.
I agree.
Hi, I'm Ken Moody from the Finance Committee. Just as a point of information, we do vote on the capital budget plan. We actually took a vote to remove the allocation for the traffic lights on Station Avenue with the support of Mr. Jenks, who said, yeah, maybe, first of all, we figured out there's not a safety problem. They seem to work. They work for some people at a bad time. But we said, why don't we repurpose that money? And we did say, see if you can figure it out, to the ME Small School. We said, so you could call it symbolic. We know it's not going to fix the $2 million roof, but we did ask, and we voted to remove that from the traffic lights and repurpose it to the ME Small School for whatever they could use it for, just as a point of information.
I guess I have a problem with that. Not that, well, first of all, those things should go through the Capital Budget Committee.
We
just
did.
repurpose it for
We motioned and we asked that they discuss it.
so it hasn't come back to them yet?
It has.
Through the
But I don't know
we
that.
did not hear from the schools on it. And when we discussed that particular item, we felt there was a safety issue. Mainly, it is working, but for them to change the times they have to stand in a truck on a ladder There is somewhat of a safety issue, we felt, and if they could get some that they could change remotely, change all,
Well, Norm spoke about this not that long ago. I remember he was on the building committee, and the building committee talked and met the Metropolitan Planning, Kurt probably remembers this, had grants for school safety areas. Do we know if the school applied for a grant?
No, we do not.
Well, in the conversation with Mr. Jenkins, he agreed that given the unknown school situation, maybe it was even premature to have to fix the lights right now. In other words, we might spend the money and then have to do something different in a few years with the traffic patterns and, all the different things. So anyway, it's a point of information.
Yeah. The safety concern seemed to be with the employee who was standing on this ladder above, out in the traffic, or standing on top of the truck to change this.
I think one of those lights was actually repurposed from across the street when they emptied the school, when they left the elementary school there. So that was already a used light when it got installed.
Any other questions, Tracy?
That's it.
Eric, do you have any questions or comments?
Not yet. I just want to make sure that we keep track of our timelines and, revisit that DPW building question and don't let it kind of get pushed aside and be forgotten, because, I'm on that building committee, and, the work we're doing is contingent. I suspect at the meeting tomorrow, this Thursday night, we will talk about the plan, because at our meeting last month, we didn't know. It was a question in our minds of whether or not it was going to go forward this spring or next fall. I have mixed feelings. I'm assuming that the approval for the project would be sought at the same time the approval for the funding.
It's just one funding question, right? To fund the project.
To fund the project, yeah. What's the process of, it would be like debt exclusion, ballot question.
Right, and then it goes to, that's going to go to ballot.
All right, I just want to, I'm sure we'll talk about that Thursday night at our meeting, but I want to make sure that this board doesn't lose track of that question, especially given the fact that, what we do is kind of contingent upon what the school comes to us with and what that outlook for potential overrides is. So that's really my only comment.
Mark?
I just want to say thank you for all the time and energy that you put into this. This is a lot of work, and it's very much appreciated, so thank you.
Oh, thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much. Okay. Board and committee appointments.
Oh, before that, the Finance Committee has to put a presentation.
We have to do free cash.
Wait a minute. Oh, yeah, you're right. We didn't do the free cash. Okay, sorry. Free cash. Sorry.
Don't be sorry.
No.
I like
an aggressive agenda.
Where are we?
Keep things moving.
Finance Committee presentation?
Are we doing the finance before the town of Yarmouth?
Yeah, only because my presentation it'll
Who
update
put this
you
package
as to
together?
where we are just before the school budget goes out.
This is the capital, free cash.
Operating. Finance Committee. There we go. Hello.
We ready?
Ready.
Thank you for your time. We got the 8:30 spot. I'm Ken Muty. I'm the chairman of the Finance Committee. I'm joined here by my colleagues, Nathan Ladley, who's the vice chairman, Brian Gardner, and Joe Goldstein. We have three of our members, Jack Moylan, Jessica Norwood, and Robert Shavara, who couldn't be here tonight. Jessica is actually taking the bar exam because the world needs another lawyer. So let's.
Yeah, they do. They're good for business.
I am not a lawyer. Let's just start. We're going to try to go through this pretty quickly. I only have 4 overheads, and try to not give you redundant information that you've already been hearing this afternoon since 6:30. The total municipal budget, $48,901,849, which does include enterprise accounts. So it's not just the operating budget per se. In other words, there's revenue. It's raw budget, not including all the revenues. So the capital budget, I don't really have to go over it because you just saw it. So, but we do oversee the capital budget committee, and as has been said, they meet a lot. They do a great job. Free cash, the grand total free cash available was $3,251,700. Allocated $2.7 million of that. And I want to make a note that 56% of that is stabilization, OPEB, and C&D expenses, which I guess I would refer to as solid kind of consistent use of free cash. And stabilization fund now is about $5.5 million for the budget. So good numbers. And the other thing is we always say, and it's true, it aligns with the goals and objectives of the selectmen. We do try to follow that procedure. Or put it another way, we look at the selectmen's goals and try to make sure we're consistent.
It's the right arrow, Ken.
Which one?
The right arrow.
Oh. I wanted to talk a little bit about what we tried to do this year in the Finance Committee to make the process a little bit different than in the past, primarily for the people who present to us. We decided that we would identify at the beginning of the process, which is actually in July, 3 focus areas to have ongoing discussions rather than create surprises at the one time a year that the department head comes in, so that there's nothing awkward or inconsistent. So we identified 3 focus areas: Gulf, Police, and the Department of Public Works. So what we did was we said at the beginning of the season, let's ask Dan and Chris, tell us what's going on, what are the things that are developing. What kind of activity might we see that we need to stay on top of, again, rather than wait till some date in January where the department head has to come in, and it can be a little awkward that way. I will tell you that the process worked quite well, and in fact worked very, very well, with a tribute to Dan and Chris. Golf being a very, very good example, where the first where we knew that you know a lot about golf and the issues that have surrounded it. So there's really it's a very transparent operation. So we said let's keep our eyes on what's going on, including how's the revenues in September, how's the weather, et cetera, et cetera. And so when the first golf budget was presented, we pushed back on it, and we said it doesn't seem that a department that has had some serious challenges should be at this level. So I think it actually worked quite well. Dan and Chris took it back a month or 2 later, revised it. I think it was also a very good process for the new superintendent, Scott, to not have to, quite frankly, be intimidated by having to keep coming back to a finance committee. In other words, he could work with his department head and the head of administration, and frankly learn better than to deal with the finance committee. So we were pretty pleased with that. And so what that really means is when the department heads came in for those areas in January and February, the issues were already teed up. So there wasn't a lot of awkwardness or uncomfortableness.
Practice that pun.
Pardon? Yeah, I actually made a note of that said I bet somebody will catch on to that. And we asked for one presentation per department. At some points in the past, there have been, somebody would come 2-3 times. And we said, let's just have one presentation department, and let's channel our questions through town administration. And I have to feel pretty good about how that worked. We also maintained the second year of zero-based budgeting, which we began under Dan's leadership last year. And I would pay particular attention to the IT presentations, which again I know you saw a few weeks ago. I think Rich used that as an example of, and I think you saw this, an example of let's not just look at last year's budget and bump it up 2.5% or whatever. I think it gave Rich an opportunity to say, let's take a clean piece of paper and see what we need. And we were very impressed, and I think you probably were also. We also tried to initiate the Finance Committee becoming a little bit more visible in the community. We took 2 formal positions so far in writing publicly, one on the school ballot, the other on the regional agreement. So again, I'll sort of editorialize. We don't want the Finance Committee to look like our neighbors in Venice, but we do want the Finance Committee to have some visibility and the citizens recognize that we're looking at all aspects of the town for their benefit. Significant challenges. The golf budget, as I said, I believe it's heading in the right direction. Again, tremendous accolades to what town leadership has done to try to take a department that a year and a half ago was in the spotlight and struggling, and right now it's looking a lot better. I'll identify police overtime. Police overtime, first of all, when I say heading in the right direction, the numbers are not heading in the right direction. The police overtime is over budget. However, I think some of the steps that have been taken through the LOD funding process, talking about and eventually over time, following the recommendations of the Matrix study and moving towards a scheduling of officers that will hopefully reduce overtime. And also, we recognize that any time you're talking about a police budget per se, and particularly in the past year with the tragedy that occurred, I give a lot of credit frankly, I give a lot of credit to the police for keeping their eye on the ball. I don't know if I could have. CPA, well, I'll get into this one. This is an article that we did not fully approve. The story on the article is that there's 2 projects bundled under one amount, $300,000. $200,000 for study and design of Flax Pond Recreation Area. It's actually phase 4 of a longer-term redesign of that beautiful place. The second portion of it was $100,000 recommended for the completion of the pickleball courts at Flax Pond. We recommended that $70,000 of the $300,000 be approved, $70,000 to complete the pickleball courts. The request was $100,000, but we were told that it's really about $68,000. So we obviously believe that the pickleball courts should be approved. Now, when you look at the big picture, however, there was a lot of confusion over really where are we going here. and what is the likelihood, at least in 2020, of moving forward on the rest of that redesign of Flax Pond, partly because the pickleball budget was underfunded by about $100,000. Last year, the town approved $275,000, and it came out to about $375,000. So they also, and I don't know if we knew it at the time, they took out some recreational area in order to put in the pickleball courts. So the committee simply said, and quite honestly, I do believe that we should and will complete Phase 4 of Flax Pond. However, the committee, doing its due diligence, just did not feel appropriate to rubber stamp the $200,000 for what we considered to be a not completely articulated process. I know there's always going to be questions over these recreation areas, but we did approve the pickleball. When I say approve, we recommend it. And it's a challenge, obviously, preaching to the choir here. We know about the looming capital projects. I don't have to tell you what they are. But we had been asked, do you think it's time to get into austerity? Do you think it's time to sort of start biting the bullet right now and take serious chunks out of the budget to so-called fund for some of these projects in the future? We did not feel that 2020 was the time to do that for an awful lot of reasons. And you got to realize that, as you do realize, the operating budget is primarily, unlike capital, the operating budget is primarily people-oriented, salaries, wages, benefits. So, in summary, this is why we felt that the budgets were very well presented, very well articulated, very reasonable, that the town is in a good financial status, schools notwithstanding. We have a very good debt status. The town is probably better off than almost any town on Cape Cod in terms of debt. I have an awful lot of experience managing lots of people and very large operations and budgets. And from my own personal standpoint, I can tell you that I think the leadership in this town, as well as the department heads, is of a very high caliber. And again, sort of editorially, very seldom do we have a meeting that a department head or administrator or somebody in the town that the person leaves and we go, what did that person just say? We really don't seem to have that in this town. There's a lot of spirit, a lot of innovation. The town seems to be staying current with technology, public safety. I spent an hour a couple weeks ago with Deputy Chief Steve Zaros and got a private tour of the facility, and I went to the ribbon cutting for the training center. We know we can talk all we want about how much it costs, but it's a first-class operation. Health services, innovative, trying to be recognized that it's a lot more than just giving flu shots. Age-friendly community, the things that are going on at the Council of Aging, the environmental issues, the management that we see through the entire town. And finally, what I guess I would call what we see is people recognizing, and I'll use Route 28 because it seems to be what everybody seems to think is the gateway to Yarmouth. The discussions around trying to balance conservation, recreation, and commercial development certainly the attempt is there. Certainly the thought process never misses one of those components. If it's the drive-in site, if it's a parkland, if it's a housing complex, if it's a redeveloped hotel or a raised hotel. We do, however, as a finance committee, recognize that we need to increase the commercial base. The Finance Committee doesn't just talk about the numbers and line items. We do recognize that the eye has to be on the ball for supporting commercial development and building that base. I'll turn to my colleagues. Any comments from anybody? And I know you have no questions. So. Did I miss anything? Questions?
In terms of, I just want to get this out quickly because you just ended there. In terms of the development of the commercial base, what do you envision other than, the massive wastewater project that we're going to be facing? Do you have any other thoughts on what would be involved in reaching that objective?
No, and I'm not an entrepreneur or a business person per se. People I have talked to have told me that we need to create an environment where we have people that do want to start, restaurants, the kind of businesses that we support here. We know we don't have people going to start tool and die shops, but that we present call it, I don't know if it's regulation. First of all, I think the town does a really good job of encouraging it. But I think we need to recognize that we need to be very positive in supporting commercial development. That's all. Getting more people that, I know a guy in Chatham who owns like 25 buildings. and we need to make sure, and we do have some here, but we need to make sure that in my opinion, the small business person feels that Yarmouth is the place they want to do that kind of development.
Okay. Eric, do you have any questions or comments?
All right, now.
Tracy?
You.
No, thank you for, I know the work that goes into building these budgets, and I just appreciate all that you do.
Mark?
No, just the same. Thank you very much. This has been very helpful.
Well,
the only other comment that I'll make
is go on at 9:30.
I'm glad you're seeing the importance of your weighing in on major financial issues and developing positions on them. You made the comparison between you and the Dennis Finance Committee, and I like much better where you are. But they are not hesitant to make recommendations on major capital projects within their community, or even on the operating side of the budget. And I think it's important that the community hears from you on these major items, because that's a question when we were going through, just prior to the school vote, I had a number of people saying, well, where does Yarmouth's Finance Committee stand on this? Dennis is all over the place in the papers and everything else. And you responded to that. So, but I think it's important because you provide a different perspective. Sometimes it's going to line up exactly with the board. Sometimes it isn't.
Yeah, thanks. And I guess one of my thoughts is we want to align with the board. We also, though, don't want to, that's sort of the balancing act. We don't want to create issues as a finance committee that don't need to be created. So you sort of look for the opening. You look for the opening, or you look for the opportunity. And obviously, the openings this year were not the most pleasant subjects, but they were ones that we had to take a position on. So I guess anywhere going forward, I can tell you that from this committee standpoint, there would never be anything that we didn't talk about, Mike, before we did that. So.
Well, I appreciated you weighing in on that. I think it was important to a lot of people.
Okay, thank you. And thanks to this group.
Chris, Dan, anybody?
Anything else to add?
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
So, Mr. Chairman, the last piece we have is kind of a recap on where we were from the December presentation that we gave to you. It'll have an updated set of numbers. I'll highlight those when we get to that point, as we know them today.
Okay.
Okay. First, I'd like to thank all the folks that helped us along the way with the department heads and the division heads and the administrative staff and, of course, the capital budget and the FinCom. It's been a great experience this year working with everybody on the town team to get to this point. We're very close to the finish line. We're just missing one big piece for sure with the school budget. But this has been probably, well, this is my third go-round through here. It's been a real good effort, solid, to try to address all the touch spots that different groups wanted on reporting. And we're pretty pleased. And I want to thank Chris for all his efforts in getting us to this point. So on the first slide that we have, the tax levy, the 2.5% increase, you saw that number before. We revised new growth downward. I think it was originally posted at 400,000. It's down to 350 now based on we had staff turnover, significant staff turnover there, so we felt a little bit more comfortable going backwards on that number, only because we didn't feel, according to the finance director, to get all the intelligence we needed to do to get a number as robust as 400,000. Local receipts, and an interesting point on that, we recently received some guidance from DOR on the idea that because they know there's been an increase to the hotel and short-term rental tax, that we could go to 100% on the hotel motel tax, but we're not doing that. We think that's an added bonus if it comes in much stronger. So we're still projecting a 95% of actual receipts collected across the board on that. So I know there was some recent article in the Times about what other towns are planning to spend money that hasn't actually been received yet. That's probably never a good strategy. So I like to thank Selectman Forrest. We had a little dialogue on that conversation, and I think the approach that we're taking, which is a wait and see, let's see what we have. By this time next year, we'll have a better understanding of what that revenue stream looked to us, and then we can make better decisions as to how we want to use that revenue going forward. So. Major increases, as you know, the DY school at a 2.5%. We've been consistent with that. Over the assessment is the 849 number. Town wages are posted there. The pension liability is also listed, and then insurance is helpful to everybody up and down the Cape because the municipal health group voted a no increase for this year. There's also talk later in the year in December of a premium holiday, but I was pleased to hear that the board took a vote to not authorize that at this time. They'll make a decision later in the year. So if that were to come about next year, that'll just be extra benefit to us at that point. So it's better to build the budget.
That's a significant savings, because in previous years we had budgeted about 10%, which is hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Yeah.
And not even a savings to us as much as it's a savings to our employees as well.
Oh, no question. Absolutely.
So
Yep.
that's good.
And there's also that piece that Superintendent Sanborn talked about with the Medicare piece reimbursement. We're still waiting on what the numbers mean to Yarmouth, but there'll be some additional money coming back at some point in time on that. So a good position to be in. You do, the IT piece is, the most significant, probably independent department with an increase, but I think as you saw with Rich Bienvenue's presentation, we're in a much better place despite some of the short-term hiccups we're having with recorded meetings that migrating over to YouTube. We're making those connections. But we anticipate very shortly that we're in a lot better IT position than we were this time last year. The other additional increases in the budget, as of February this year, we're under the mandate from OSHA to follow OSHA regulations. We're every day that goes by, we're collecting information, training liabilities, equipment liabilities, and we feel like between this article or this number here and the free cash article that we have for later on, we have a good handle on that. We are anticipating a fall town meeting, so we put some additional money in there, and then there's a miscellaneous all other budget increases added up to $611,000. On the next page, keeping with the budget policy that was set and based on the numbers that we are forecasting now, and I believe that right now we're showing $138,000, $545 in estimated levy capacity before we get into the whole school situation. Some highlights. I want to thank all the departments that did zero-based budgeting exercises. I think it's very helpful to, over the last 2 years, that we identify all the things that we would like to invest in, and as opposed to just a year-over-year increase just because the cost of living increases. It's more beneficial to identify what you have to spend money on. And then additional establishing non-levy funding sources to support operations outside the operating budget. The other big change in this is we've had a recurrent article for police and fire medical expenses. We adopted a Mass General law some time ago that in the line of duty medical costs on retirees we have to pay for. We're going to move that from an article of free cash to an article or such that it's in the operating budget. This is one of those moves to try to better capture what your expenses are, and we've allocated that at $50,000 this year. That number is growing significantly, and I think it's better representative of good budgeting if we try to absorb that in the annual cost of running the town. The library plan, you heard that as well as it relates to getting us out of waiver status. The other one that's coming soon to you is the LOD article. I believe we've had a free cash request at $225,000 for that. There'll be a policy that we'll present to you very shortly in the future as to how it is that the money could be appropriated for that. And again, the idea there is to provide for extenuating circumstances of injuries for police and fire in the line of duty, a safety valve on the expenses associated with carrying that. So as for instance, we've had a couple of cases of folks out more than a year. And in a case like this, with this safety valve there, we could move a portion of the wages to pay from this line item, and it would help to alleviate some of the pressure that's in the police overtime or the fire overtime line to keep that, to enable to keep that line item fixed at where it's been, and it hasn't moved in a number of years. The other thing is I wanted to mention that one of the strategies going forward is to, and I know the police chief has identified to you like the struggle it takes to get a new hire on board. Due to Chief Frederickson's forethought on this one, we were able to do a temporary hiring policy, so we've extended offer letters to 3 lateral transfers from other departments. So these are fully trained police officers. They come in at a lower patrolman's salary scale, and they will replace 3 that have left service with the town. But the key with that is they're already trained, and they just need an in-house training activity a very short amount of time before they can hit the streets. So that will help reduce the cost going forward. So we'll look to the future as it relates to being able to take advantage of lateral hires when possible, and that's been very helpful. It's getting very difficult, though. I think the chief can tell you that across the state, even in the fire service, the LOD bug has been a problem across the state, and for a lot of different reasons, replacing these positions is getting extremely difficult, and very difficult here in the Cape because of our very captive audience to draw from. So,
do we have any historical data to even? I guess my sense, based on the numbers, the pure numbers, been both police and fire, that we've been down in the last year. I don't even think 225,000 is going to.
We have some numbers I can share with you. I think based on the way we've structured this as a safety valve, not as like something like it's a default automatically. It should hold on to us for 2.5 years, maybe, or thereabouts. I think
we built in we took the 75th percentile of cases of LOD, analyzed 4 years worth of data in police and fire, took the 75th percentile of those cases for how long those individuals were out, and then estimated what that cost would be. So we'd get about 2 years with this if all things were to stay the same. And the idea going with the 75th percentile is don't fully, augment LOD cases, but this would be more of a coverage for those more.
So this is strictly
extended
for
types of
LOD,
cases.
and this isn't going to this isn't going to help in any way front load any hiring.
No, that unfortunately we can't do like that, right?
I thought we couldn't do it because we didn't have an appropriation.
So this is a appropriations established in state law that would allow us to to take care of medical expenses and wages associated with LOD. That's a different scenario where you'd have to have a salary stall waiting, put the money in it, and then you could hire against that. But I think with lateral transfers, that helps speed that process up from
Absolutely, that's
many,
a
many months to
significant
a few
savings.
weeks.
But I just think we need to start planning because the backlog, when that potential is no longer, we need to start planning to be able to plan for people's retirements. Our system now, where somebody actually has to retire before we even start the hiring process, people don't understand from the time that they retire to the time they're actually working is months and months of somebody else covering that on overtime. So we got to bridge that gap.
We're being creative where we can under the rules of engagement that we operate under, and so we'll continue to work that angle. The OPEB piece, you heard from Superintendent Sanborn. That's been a big part of their future plan. I'm very pleased to say that the town's moves in the past have significantly paid great dividends on that topic here in town, so we have a much better story to tell than a lot of folks. We also signaled to the financial markets right out of the gate when free cash was certified that we would dedicate right off the bat, all other things being equal, $1 million to go into the savings stabilization account. So that was very good news as well. So on the next slide, the DY assessment, I know Chris and Ed Centio have been working on this. Based on what we know today, we were presented at the Finance Committee with a 3.01% increase in the DY budget. That was pre-impact of the Cape Cod Health Trust vote. So I had a conversation as recently today with Assistant Superintendent Jenks about coming in front of you on the 19th. He still thinks that at that point the number will be somewhere between 2.54 and 3.01. So we're planning right now at 3.01 worst case scenario based on what we've heard.
Can I just ask about that 2.53%? The $203,000 savings, that's our savings?
That's a savings, I shouldn't say savings, it's a reduction of $203,000.
To our assessment.
From the overage to our assessment.
Okay, so we're at 1.9. We're budgeting 2.5%, which is nearly 900,000, correct?
Yeah.
So we're at $1 million. So this puts us, if they vote the 2.53% budget, that puts us at about an $800,000 deficit.
No, we'd be at about $1 million.
Okay.
It's 1.2 now with this.
And we just don't know if they take the foundation, what that would look like, what percentage
I
difference
think that's
that
like
would be.
2% off. So it's not going to get us out of the override scenario based on our past practice. The game changer, as was presented to us recently, was the 2.5% assessment. That is likely that probably won't fully erase our deficit, but it gets us down into a number closer to like between, I want to say, $200,000 and $400,000 in that area. But that would be only if Dennis agreed to the 2.5% assessment.
Well, right now, they're looking at a decrease in their budget from last year at about $290,000. So that would be a 2.5% increase would be a big shift for them from what they've been planning.
No question, yeah. But they build their budget, I've been told, and have been verified on the assumption of 2.5%. So then when it actually, the assessment comes out and they're underneath that, it's, a good news story for them. So the idea is to get the town, the school committee to put that in as part of the agreement situation to, we've run the numbers, and Mike knows, and certainly Norm does, a lot of different ways. And even with the ways we were talking about it, we didn't quite fully close the gap even with fixed cost sharing and all this other stuff and foundation enrollment, we were still going to be left with a gap. But the 2.5% assessment to Dennis, if that was to be as part of an agreement, that would get us very close to a position for at least the foreseeable future. With foundation enrollment and some fixed cost movement, we'd be out of the override scenarios. But that's a big if. And we're not, by the way, planning on having year-over-year flat lining on health insurance. I mean, that's just a huge gift this year. So we're already kind of planning for giving you some options for how to go forward with that idea. In the past, Yarmouth, of course, has absorbed the cost of the students within the budget. And so some options. We could override the full amount, whatever that ends up being. We could do a reduction in capital. These are the ones that cause us the least amount of pain right now. And then we could shift some internal expenses more. We've been moving off of the enterprise accounts with some of these expenses, fixed expenses, to get it back kind of where it was before the recession. So those are all easy things that don't cost human beings. But I mean, obviously, if you take $500,000 out of capital, somebody's going to suffer for $500,000. But you saw the scenarios I've laid out to you in the past, that if you wanted to take a trim across the departments of 2% or 3% or 5% to cover the gap, we'll have a plan for that for you to consider. And then I know you don't want to use free cash to cover the gap because it's a recurring expense. So we'll know more. We didn't want to spend a huge amount of effort on this right now because it's an unknown scenario. But as soon as we get a signal from the school department, this is where they're going to land on that topic, then we'll have more concrete information and options available to you. On the next slide, we just kind of put over looking ahead to going backwards and then up to 2020. This is the percentage share of the municipal budget versus the school budget. I think Chris calculated the year-over-year on the municipal side around 4%.
On the general fund side, it's about 3 and change percent. With enterprise accounts, it's 4 something. Yes.
So, one of the challenges Capital Budget Committee had pressed on was the idea of moving more like what's kind of being bundled as capital expenses into the operating budget. And where we can, we'll do that. But, one of the areas I'd like to highlight for this year is we have a capital article for HVAC and the free cash article. We are getting absolutely hammered this year on mechanical repairs due to a very aged infrastructure. And so, like with everything else, that's, if we do a shift to the operating budget, it just consumes more and more of the budget. So, free cash will continue to be a valuable tool to close the gap on some of these things, but it is without a significant stream of new revenue coming into the budget, it's going to be very difficult to continue to move more items into the general appropriation against the levy. Some suggested uses we have here of free cash. These are the big ones. The dredging permitting piece that capital budget had recommended, that was in there. I did hear from the county last week they're looking to buy a third dredge. I know they apologized profusely for all the miscues they've had launching 2 dredges. So they're planning on asking the state for a third dredge and trying to get some personnel power available on that, because they understand, the state is generating a lot of grant opportunities for us now on coastal waterways, and they want to make sure that as a region, when we do apply for these grants, we are in the best possible position to use county resources to get them done. So the administrator assured me that the challenges that have befallen the program to date are being ironed out for the foreseeable future. And we had some critical dredging postponed this year because of that scenario. And then you do have an item on the free cash one-time events. There is a list of the items that have come to our attention from the departments, and we can go over those when this is done. Some information on our stabilization and how it rates on the general principal for Office of Accounting. I think it's critical to point out that currently at $4.4 million, we've come a long way in that account in a very short amount of time, and we're on a pretty good trajectory. And I think with the trending in the short-term hotel or short-term rental tax, we should be able to return a pretty good free cash number again next year. I don't, barring any unforeseen economic collapse, probably pretty good news to hold steady on that trajectory. We have a ways to go, though, to get us to a point where we would be really comfortable with that to get us to the AAA rating. You know, one of the big challenges there is to have enough money posted for the AAA rating, but also your jobs, the economic forecast as well is problematic in Barnstable County. So. But we'll continue to do what we can to control those things in our future. The next slide is, what generated free cash. Motor vehicle excise is a little off right now, so we're kind of concerned about that. We should have some better numbers in a month or thereabouts. But usually when the car economy starts to falter, that's not particularly good news. I don't know if that's a reaction to increased consumer debt or higher interest payments or what, but there had been a pretty good rebound on that. But that is something to be mindful of, is when people stop buying cars, that's not a good sign. Solid waste, and you saw the request from Jeff about cash receipts for C&D is strong, so the building economy still seems to be pretty strong. And we are very conservative with our budgeting on energy. It's very hard. It's a volatile source there, so we stayed at 10% there. We're also maybe likely, you did notice in Mr. Sanborn's presentation, they had a huge jump in general liability insurance. We did too on our side of things, so the insurance markets kind of calibrated. They went out and they reviewed properties, and we got hit pretty good with that, but we're still waiting for a final number, so we might be able to get a little bit of a return on that when it's finally set. And then the other one we're mindful of is the future of the cable TV fees and what that future looks like. We will be having a cable conversation with you very shortly because we're in a contract cycle with Comcast, but we do depend on a certain amount of fees from cable. That's going to be kind of perilous in the future to do that, so we have to think about what the life without significant franchise fees look like. And then the meals tax and the hotel and motel tax were pretty strong as well. And the next page has some more detail on appropriations, where we save money on that as well. So if you wanted to go to the free cash list, I can probably run down that for you and answer some questions on what the asks were on that. We can just put that all together as part of the final touches on the operating budget for 2020 as we know things today.
Anybody have any questions before we go to free cash? No? Then I guess we're ready to go to free cash.
Okay, so on the free cash, there's a little challenge here on station number 1, floor ceiling. We were taking on some leakage on when the vehicles come in and on the concrete. So I've asked the chief to work with Jeff Colby to do a little bit of a further analysis on the floor to see. Sometimes what I don't want to do is paint over with a sealant deteriorated concrete. In these types of scenarios, the rebar might be affected. That's buried inside the concrete, and we wouldn't necessarily know that. So we have to do a little bit more engineering work to decide if that's the scenario.
Can I just ask why that didn't go through capital budget?
That I don't have the specific answer as to how.
So I asked the chief that this week, and he had mentioned that it was a combination, and this isn't verbatim, it was a combination of timing and him trying to look for other avenues within existing articles. So he had hoped not to have to make this request, but the time he did make the request was after the time it went before capital.
Okay.
He has a request, I guess, Station 2, the meeting room there. It's pretty dated, but they did the town Community groups do use that on occasion, and he'd like to be able to upgrade that a little bit. Can ask for that. They did receive a new washing machine, and there's some significant amount of plumbing. That's for the uniform washing. It's been a big part of the conversation about cleaning firefighter clothing with the cancer bill and whatnot. So you need some additional money to finish that off. COA programming, $50,000. Mrs. Bailey went over that with you. That's to enhance the transportation scenario, to make sure that our seniors are able to take advantage of all the programming that goes on, and that should be able to cover that. Windsor Health Systems there had a pretty good presentation for us as it relates to what they're looking to do with, I hate the phrase, but the adult programming. Yeah, I don't really like that phrase, but we want to make sure that we support that because it's being restarted, so that's a good opportunity. The other one that's, I'm handing out a little backup on this, is the COA bathroom that got rejected, the upgrades in the bathroom by capital budget. There was, I think it's fair to say, a difference of opinion as to what was presented. I asked Mrs. Bailey to provide to us an overview or review of how it was that we came to the dollar value associated with the bathrooms, and I thought that my own personal opinion was that the users of the bathrooms are seniors at the senior center. I supported her request to include them in the planning as to what was used, and we actually learned, I learned an awful lot about, probably more than I wanted to know, about how our folks are using the bathrooms and what some of their concerns were. This is a bit of a more costly and complicated project in that we're going to have to provide some temporary facilities of some significance to accommodate this rebuild, but I think with the certain level of inclusion that we went through and the dignity associated with what we would like to achieve at that building for the population that we're serving, that this money would be well spent in this effort. So I provided that background through Mrs. Bailey to you.
Why, do we know why the capital budget committee rejected it or put it as at a level C?
I think there was a difference of opinion as it relates to the level of finishing touches. I mean, I'd leave that to the capital budget folks to answer, but that was the information that got back to me. But
Mr. Chairman, can we?
The capital budget committee's here.
They're here. Tracy raised a good question. I'd be interested in hearing what they have to say.
Anybody from Capitol wants to comment on that? We'd appreciate the information.
The Capital Committee, we listened to their presentation, but the current bathrooms are ADA compliant, and we just felt with the restraints we have when it comes to budgeting that this could be deferred with minimal operating or impact to customer service. So that's why we rated it a C.
Can I just ask her one question while she's there in terms of the timing? I know that we've had scenarios in the past where people have had late requests. How do you handle those? I guess this is just different for us to see capital on our free cash. So,
well, last year we had a couple late requests. We were meeting up until we did the presentation, and we were able to review them. These particular requests, we just got the free cash list, and they weren't put in front of us. So. You know, if we had a meeting and we had seen them, we would have talked about them, but.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'd say with the bathrooms, you know, to Sandy's point, yeah, do the toilets flush? Are they ADA compliant? They are. But the Friends group was pretty adamant that they wanted to see something done. They posted up some of their own money to move it towards that way. Mrs. Bailey asked if we could engage the stakeholders that use the facility as it relates to what their desires and wishes list was, and what we ended up with is the estimate that you have there going through the process associated with that. It's one of those things, yeah, I mean, there's a lot of things, as you know now, like you do every year, that we're short funded on. Is it true that this is something that's a little bit more than a paint job? No question it is. But in the end, it was reminded to me by the Friends group that the town never built the facility. It was donated to the town, and this is something they wanted to see happen, and they were pretty adamant about it. So
It's drawn up. That's how it happened.
yeah, right. So I figured it was. I completely respect the Capital Budget Committee's position on it. We are in a cash-strong position on this, and I think I'd like to think that if I'm a significant user and I'm part of that focus group, my input would be valued, so we put it forward as the only other option available to us. The next one is $20,000. We're hopefully going to receive maybe some money from the Cape Cod Commission.
Oh boy, this is for you, Mike.
We're at a point, I think, in the town, there's a lot of things going on, the new school process, the wastewater process, the drive-in site is, since I arrived, it's been really pleasing to see how quickly that's come to fruition from something that had been dormant a long time. So I think for a lot of different reasons, what we've been hearing from a lot of folks in town is, where are we going? What should things look like? And I think what was communicated to me is that we should have some process that engages all the stakeholders across the town to help come up with that. And one of the areas that we looked at, there's been a couple of towns close by, including Brewster, that have gone through this process. And I think, I'm not sure if this has been done in the town in the past or in a recent memory, but certainly when you're looking to go forward over the next 20 years, this is a tool that can be used to help guide that vision, because there is going to be a lot of money spent in the town over the future, and I think engaging the stakeholders across the town. We hear little bits and pieces, like when we go and do a project here or there, of what's on people's minds, but let's put it all together and have that community-wide dialogue over the next 24 months, I think would be a pretty good thing. So,
When was the last time we did it? Been done a visioning one?
I think before
Just
we
the
were born.
No. Well, I mean, I guess maybe the terminology I'm getting confused about, because we've had consultants look at our niche, and I mean, that to me was kind of like a visioning for our planning purposes.
And I think that was 2004.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Okay.
bike trails coming, big plans for more bike trails, so a lot of good stuff. The next one is, it was a late developing one, as you know, because I gave you an update, a year-end update. The BSU facility is in need of some additional support, and actually the president of BSU contacted me the other day. They're very close to presenting to us a plan, their plan. I gave you a little bit of insight as to what we brought to the table. What the common link there, though, is the facility, in order to do anything that either one of us want to do, needs to have fiber strung to it. That's about a $20,000 to $25,000 proposition. And then if we are successful in crafting a new deal with BSU, I'd like to be able to have the flexibility to be able to program some repair money in some areas to make the inside of the building amenable to any tenants that could be brought in by either one of us. And that's enough to get that conversation started for the next year. The whole idea that we're trying to work on here is get that building as utilized as possible, because we do know the roof is failing there, and that's another big ticket item. And I would not want to come to you with an ask on that unless we had a really robust facility going on over there. So,
I'm sorry, maybe I missed something on that. You said you talked to us about the benefits of that?
the benefits, yeah, I sent the year-end report to you about a month and a half ago that talked about some of the work we've been doing with BSU. They came to us to shut down the facility back in October, and we came back to them and we pitched a plan to keep it open.
I don't remember that at all.
Yeah, it's in the report that I sent in January to you. DNR's dredging and nourishment plan is in there. DPW vehicle maintenance, Jeff Colby wants to continue. We are hanging on to some vehicles a little bit longer than we planned on for a number of different reasons. But so far, he's been managing that account very diligently, and we've been able to extend the life expectancy of that. The wastewater planning, $200,000 been a recurrent ask. We also have recently applied, I think it was for a $100,000 regional grant to continue our effort as well. that helps to prolong or make that money last longer. Jeff had talked about trees, and having the big windstorm yesterday kind of reminds us that we got to stay on top of the trees. So we want a little bit more money for that to be programmed back into the budget for next year. Snow and ice.
And just a quick
yeah.
question on the trees.
Yep.
What does that mean? Tree removal?
Tree removal,
Tree
repair,
cutting?
pruning, right, maintenance, things of that nature.
Okay,
Yeah.
thanks.
Snow and ice, I think if we stay on track, maybe that's the number we posted last year for a request. We should be in pretty good shape. So I'm hoping, right? 41,000?
Your guess is as good as mine.
All right. Hopefully for a nice warm March. The next one is, like I said, we had recently a significant problem with electrical system and sewage ejector system at the Berry Avenue site there where the DNR and Rex is operating out of, and some other mechanical system failures across the town holdings. And so that's something that we desperately need repair money for. We put a little bit of money in there. Mark Grills has been working on problem properties and what to do about that. We're trying to come up with a solution on a few things. And what we were, every now and again we get confronted. We did put a little bit of money in his operating budget to change locks and whatnot to work with the Attorney General's office on foreclosures. This would allow us some additional flexibility. If we do find a property owner that's indigent and wants to help out, we can bring some volunteers to bear and maybe pay for the cost of a dumpster or cleanup. But we have a lot of these properties, and when somebody wants to clean up, we can work with them. It's pretty good. But when they don't want to clean up, it's a real problem. We want to continue the scanning effort. The town has made great progress with records document scanning. And that effort, that's been a pre-existing item for a few years now. Rich Bienvenu wants to outfit 3 rooms with what's referred to as self-service media conference rooms for the tune of $15,000. That allows us to basically broadcast meetings. I believe the 3 locations were maybe YPD, Council on Aging, and one upstairs, I think, so that it's a kit, like a cart, that we can record meetings for transmission, for helping to communicate what's going on in town government with our citizens. The next 3, Bruce Murphy's here to talk about those. He's pretty passionate about those. He's got a couple of different programs that he'd like to continue on with. A drug awareness grant for $10,000, nursing services grant for $10,000. He's had some great success with that. And then the other one is an intern. As we've been using interns quite a bit for a lot of stuff. He's got a lot of backlog. He's now the department edging into scanning, and he's got a lot of backlog going on there, and he could use a little bit of extra help, and additionally also getting us ready for short-term rentals and what that might mean. We will be in front of the board, I think, in April, a little bit later in April, to put, Pat had given you a review of the social services effort. This will all tie in to that effort in April when we put the plan in front of you. We can talk more about that. There's $200,000 for the OPEB ARC and LOD 225. And then, like I said, we augmented a little bit of money that's in the operating budget with a $50,000 request for OSHA compliance, and then a C&D shortfall of $300,000. Altogether, leaves us, after the $1 million posted to stabilization, with $553,801 left over.
So we get the C&D shortage. I thought we were doing good.
Yeah, we are. So so that means the business coming to the C&D facility is outstripping our budget allocation from last year, so we need to have a source of funding to put into it, and next year that'll show up.
But it's a net positive.
It's a net positive.
Okay.
It's a good story, absolutely.
And the speaker sound system?
Yeah, we're trying to find money in this year's budget to get that done for you, so I didn't want to have to ask for that. We'll get that done.
Okay.
Yeah. I did not forget that.
Okay. I wrote it down.
I understand.
I won't let you forget it.
I think, Dan, if I just can just make a comment, I think all of these I can understand. I'm a little bit nervous about the perception that we're sort of breezing by the capital budget committee on matters that they provide advice and guidance on. They do a lot of work. They spend a lot of time. They put a lot of energy into what they do. If for some reason this ends up going forward with the Council on Aging, and I respect Kathy and the work that goes on there. I know that building needs help. But I'm just a little bit cautious about doing something that would be perceived as sort of breezing by capital budget. They do a lot of work, and they've said no to a lot of folks. So when we basically sort of overlook their recommendations and sort of go past them, that's an area of concern for me. So I just wanted to flag that. If indeed this happens, I don't want this to be a practice or a pattern. I think we really have to respect the work that they're doing and how they approach their job. So I just needed to get that off my chest.
I agree, Mark, and I feel the same way about the fire department stuff that's in here. The fact that they haven't even looked at it is just, you know, I think we have a process. Granted, sometimes these things come late. And I understand the Council on Aging has been very, very generous to our community, and I understand Dan's, you know, thought process on putting it here, but I think, you know, I get nervous about setting precedent. You have another group that wants something that the capital budget doesn't have the funds to support, which happens every year.
It does.
And it's a tough one. I haven't had a chance to read the memo, so I don't want to.
Yeah,
I want to read it and look at it, but I definitely think that at a minimum, the fire department items should go to capital budget, at least for their discussion.
I would agree. I think Pat has something she wants to offer.
On the Council of Aging bathrooms, there's a few challenges with this. One, 4 years backlog. Secondly, part of the new redesign requires that all the piping be changed, so that's a lot of the piece of prevailing wage. Thirdly, we don't have a facility where a caretaker can help their assignee if there's an accident. There's no private space if someone has an accident, so we're actually creating a third bathroom that would allow for that to happen, so that's some additional cost. And there's a contribution from COA and some other funds that we're going to help, but the biggest struggle is the architect hasn't given us plans. So besides a concept in words, we can't show the breadth of what we're doing. And the wayfinding and the things that you'll see in that memo will show you that it's different than, it's not to be pretty, it's to be helpful. If you're short, if you're tall, if you're heavy, if you need a caretaker. The stalls aren't set up correctly. Thus, when we take the stalls and replace them with what's recommended, the toilets are all mounted in the wall. So now we've got to take the mountings and put them in another place. So it's almost like a whole redo, and it's a lot of time. It's going to be a lot of time with being down without those restrooms, and it's not cost effective to do one and then the other. So it's got more complications, and before you decide, we're hoping that the architect, we can push them, get those plans and give them to the capital budget, because I understand there might be a plumbing expert that sits on the capital budget that might have the ability to take a look at those and understand what it is we're trying to do, and I think that's kind of a helpful thing. So just for you to know, we're not trying to be vague or obtuse. We're working through the process to get the paperwork as soon as we can.
So I guess I just have a question on that, because you said it's been 4 years?
They started, and if you look on the front page of the memo, you'll see that they started with the request in FY15, and then it got delayed because of in-house work that we were doing in establishing in-house contractors, so that it didn't get done. So they've been waiting in their minds for 4 years, and as a senior, when you're waiting that long, it seems a lot longer, because life is short. And also, I was thinking we could get this done, so I was very encouraging with the right ask that it would go through and hopefully get funded. So they were feeling confident, because I was feeling confident. Now it's gotten all this pushback, so there might be some disappointment there that I set up. Okay, so it kind of explains that funding on the front, right?
Did you say you're taking this back to capital budget?
I'm saying that we're getting the fund, we're getting some plans, but we're hoping that tonight that you would understand how important it is to the seniors. And I know you don't want to set precedent, but I can't tell you how important this is to that group of seniors who have raised hundreds of thousands of dollars and built the building, and it was mostly the Council on Aging members that came and were at that meeting. And they were very clear on what their wants were, and it wasn't gold-plated faucets. It was reasonable wayfinding, different lighting, tiles that direct you if you have visibility problems. It was really age-appropriate for people with special needs or dementia issues or the beginning of their bodies not working correctly with age. I just wanted to add.
Thank you. Anyone else?
No, I don't want to beat a dead horse. I mean, there are other projects that I see on the that have been rejected by the Capital Budget Committee that you could also make a very strong case on. So, I think on this one, I just think we need to learn more. We need to know more. We need to get more information. That's what I'm concerned about. The precedent, bypassing the committee, and then setting a precedent for others. That's the thing that worries me a little bit.
Okay, Dan, do you have anything else?
No, that's it. Thank you.
Does anyone have any questions for Dan? Okay.
We're going to see this again.
Yes, we will. Good.
All right, and we're continuing the hearing.
Yeah, till March 19th.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, this hearing is continued by a previous vote to March 19th, at which time we'll hear from the schools.
It was supposed to be
and anybody from the public that wants to be heard at that time, unless anybody from the public wants to be heard now.
I do.
Well,
I think
that's,
that this town is the reputation for this town is how it takes
care
of its
you
children
go- excuse
and
me.
its seniors.
You should go to the microphone.
Need a microphone?
You do, because there's people at home. That's how we run the meeting.
All right,
so.
my name's Tom Martin, and this town has always been noted for how it takes care of its senior citizens and its children. And I think this business of the restroom that Pat was just talking about, I think it's something that we should definitely do, and do it first class. You know, let's do things right in this town. Thank you.
Tom, no vote has been taken on that. This
I'm just telling you, that's all.
this here, I get that. This hearing's continued, and till the 19th, we will consider that request probably then or thereafter. So no decision's been made, so stay cool. All right? All right. So we're ready to go to board and committee appointments. Mark?
You tell me. We ready?
I'm ready.
I'm ready. Okay, I would like to, we have a couple of appointments to the Disabilities Commission, and I'm recommending that we appoint Allison Strumsky-Cash to the Disability Commission. This appointment is for a 1-year term, which will run through January 2020. And I'm also recommending that we appoint Mr. George Warner to the Disabilities Commission. And this appointment is for a 2-year term running through January 2021.
Move the recommendations.
Second.
Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Carries. Thank you. The next one has to deal with a vacancy on the library board. Let me pull that up. And this is for a recommendation to, I'm recommending that we appoint George Bovino to the Yarmouth Library Board. This is an appointment to fill a regular unexpired term, and it runs through February 2021. I'm also recommending that we reappoint Sue Loveland, Anastasia Ellis, Catherine Basile to the Yarmouth Library Board. These are appointments for 3-year terms running through February 2022.
So moved.
Any discussion?
They all live in Yarmouth, right?
Yes.
Okay.
And all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
I'm gonna
Motion
ask
carries.
every time.
Thank you very much. I know you ask it all the time.
I'm asking
It's going to
every
come up
time,
again,
because
trust me.
for some reason it's a secret. I don't understand.
I know. So that concludes my report, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Upcoming agenda review.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, in your packet, there's a look ahead on the calendar. You'll see on March 5th, we were originally planning the school budget to be presented then, but they have a conflict. So it's going to be moved to the 19th. And as we know things today, this is what the future will hold for us here, so.
When does it goes to the printer on the 26th?
Yeah, thereabouts, right. So we're looking to wrap up everything.
Last minute.
Yeah.
So,
Can I just ask a question about if the school committee's going to be presenting details on a placeholder, when would they be submitting that by? What's their deadline to meet our requirements?
Well, we have to get the warrant to print shortly after the 26th, but I suppose you could always do something from the floor.
From the floor.
Yeah.
Okay, so it could actually go that long.
It could.
Okay.
Yeah. And the April 23rd is the date we're going to bring an update on the opioids and substance abuse and community action plan.
I noticed in the packet we got some materials from the drive-in committee.
Yeah.
And obviously, we didn't go through them or have any real discussion on them, and they were just, I guess, intended to be draft documents, but at some point in time, are we going to...
Yeah, you are. My understanding of that was that they wanted to be able, while you were reviewing the application for the drive-in site event, that there was some preliminary ideas or insights into what they thought should be as part of that would help you with the decision on this. So it really wasn't ready for prime time yet, but they wanted to have you see, as you were making a decision on the entertainment and alcohol license, what they were thinking on these things.
But we will have an agenda item in the future on that.
That's
on the policy and on the, what was the other document? I'm trying to think of the title of it. I guess the basic rules and regulations.
Yeah, we're using that as a model opportunity for use of town site-owned properties. They've put a lot of work into this, and I think it does form a pretty good model for us.
Okay, does anybody have any comments or suggestions on the March 5th agenda?
March 5th, no. March 19th, it's going to be difficult to hear a final budget and have to make our recommendations that night.
No, I believe you can go to the 26th. I think that's the next.
Final recommendations on articles on the 19th.
Yeah, we're just going to have to, we'll make an amendment that we would need to know by the 26th meeting. Yeah.
These agendas are just, how did it get this bad?
It's a really good question.
We never were here till 11 o'clock. And the 5th and the 19th aren't going to be any different. Look at the 5th, look at the 19th. Now you're going to add the DUI budget to it?
I think we can blame Norman for that one.
I think that's the only...
He's not here, so to defend himself, so
He did the agenda, right?
Did he do tonight?
Did he do the agenda?
No.
I just got an email saying, do you approve it? I mean, what the hell do I know? I just said, sure, throw it in. What the hell? I'm sure Norm has got to take the blame if there's any delay here.
Norm's been asleep for 2 hours.
No, he's awake. He's been sending me emails.
All right, so we don't have to vote on the 19th on that. We go to the 26th, you said?
26, yeah.
Okay. And Eric, your comments on the agenda are duly noted, and I agree to them. We do seem to have inordinately long agendas.
Unbelievable.
And I may not be here the 5th, but it's only a maybe at this point.
Okay.
If anybody has any suggestions on what we can do to cut them down, I'm all ears on that,
Does
because
the
we've been
committee
trying.
handbook have to be done before town meeting? Does the Comcast have to be done before town meeting?
Comcast might be a little bit more timely, because we're on a clock.
Okay.
with the
Comcast, if you just want to sign a letter, if you're good with a memo on a plan, and
All right, but
want to
like
sign a
Tracy
letter,
said, the
that's fine. We can cut
committee
that.
handbook review, we don't have to
we
do
can put that off, yeah.
We can
The
postpone that.
road, I mean, take everything that doesn't have to do with town meeting, put it off till August.
Why are you planning on going on vacation in August?
No, it's just, it's pointless to be here till 11 o'clock to talk about stuff that isn't time sensitive.
Yeah, so,
We'll see what we can do about that.
see if we can move the committee handbook review out of there. It says workshop road RFP, it says tentative, what's the
No,
story?
don't worry about that, that's off.
That's off as well?
Yeah. What's the one you're talking about?
Committee handbook?
No, there was the other one.
Comcast license.
Comcast, you said that was time sensitive.
Well, yes, but we could address that in just a quick
A memo?
memo format and take a vote. We are in a contract renewal period with them, so.
Why is it anticipated that revenue is going to go down substantially?
Well, there's a couple things.
What's changing?
People are moving off of TV programming, so that franchise fee is directly related to what your cable TV portion is, and in many, your subscribers.
But if you want me to, I can throw them in
It
the book if
hinges
you want.
on your subscriber numbers.
Yeah.
If your subscriber numbers are going down, which they are,
Yeah.
then
People are unbundling from TV, they're doing live stream, and they're doing like Hulu, Netflix, and that's crippling their revenue. Plus, there's an FCC rule change that's out there that might also come back where they're going to try to recoup the cost of the franchise fee against us. So it's complicated, but the long-term trend is TV as you know it, and a Comcast multi-channel bundle is going away. Even Comcast recognizes that. They offer high-speed internet in some areas with streaming service. So,
so the trend is not good. Those revenues are going to go down.
yeah, and that's a problem for us,
And then
big
there'll be
problem.
competition with public access and others that already get a piece of that action.
Yeah.
So we're going to have to, if we want to sustain some degree of government channel programming, which I know is always a hot topic.
That should be easy.
Yeah,
Once the monopoly is gone, maybe FiOS will come over the bridge.
there you go. Yeah, I think that's one of the reasons why, in terms of the stuff that we're doing, we're trying to get as much stuff on YouTube and finding other ways
Get off
to
of that
sort
platform.
of get stuff on the air into
Well, if they don't have cable, they can't watch us anyway.
Right, you gotta at least have a basic plan to get internet.
Well, you can actually watch YouTube. You don't have to have cable to get YouTube. You can
Yeah,
watch it
watch it on the
online.
internet.
It's free.
Yeah.
Right, YouTube is free, so you can just go online and watch select board
Told you, I always wanted to be a YouTube sensation. I didn't know this was going to be it.
meetings. No, and the
Really
YouTube,
had
actually,
higher hopes.
the quality of the YouTube broadcast is much higher than what you're getting out of Comcast.
I believe they also provide translation services or transcription
Bane of my
service.
existence.
Just saying, That's all. Someone asked,
Things
so
you can learn on
there you go.
YouTube, never
Some
seen
towns
from
play that
magazine.
up as a
Yeah.
big part of their social media platform.
You bet.
Yeah.
So,
All right, so we have anything else on the agenda? Okay, let's go to individual items. Mark, Eric,
None.
Tracy.
Well, I just want to say that the St. Patrick's Day Parade is this weekend. It's always.
it's not.
Oh, wait a minute. I'm
March
sorry.
9th.
I apologize. It's March 9th. I don't know what week it is. March 9th, so we have another week to talk.
Weekend after next.
What's that? What did he say? You go walk the road?
Careful walking down the road this Saturday.
yeah.
Kurt, will you wave to me on the side,
The
though, when I
weekend
go
after
by?
next.
Not be safe.
Okay, March 9th. March 9th, everybody. St. Patrick's Day Parade.
Okay, the only thing I wanted to say was, I was happy that the public got to hear from each individual selectman on the school agreement issue. I thought the comments collectively and the observations were very, very good. And the public should know that none of that was rehearsed or planned or discussed ahead of time. They're just honest impressions and feelings and thoughts from each individual. And I thought collectively, again, they were very very intelligent and very cogent remarks, showing that the board, is not against schools, it's not against good facilities for the children, it's not against education. That the real problem is the funding with our partner, the town of Denison. I think that, just judging from some of the looks on people's faces, I think they were hearing some things they weren't previously aware of. They weren't. I think some people were surprised to hear, for example, that Dennis stopped the negotiation process, which is a fact. We were waiting for that next meeting, and it never came. And then Norm did what he could on an individual basis, trying to interface with officials over in Denison on the school committee as well. So I'd like to commend each member of the board for their input on that. I thought it was excellent, and that's all I have. So, consent agenda.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, there is an item on there that might be of interest for you. There's the SEIU contract. Thanks to the union leadership and Mr. Dwelly, we were able to get that over the finish line. So that's in the consent agenda. The other thing is we had a good meeting with Town Council and the Stronger Shield team last week, and as a result, part one of this is the donation for the Milo system for you to approve is here on the consent agenda, and there will be a Stronger Shield presentation to you later as to what's involved in the next set of steps on that. But I believe we have a much better understanding across police department and administration as it relates to what we need to do to advance that project.
They donated.
And then there's some donations on the list as well.
So do you need a motion?
Yeah, motion to approve the consent agenda.
I move to approve the consent agenda.
Second.
Do we have any discussion on the consent agenda?
No.
Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.
Aye. All right, so that's a unanimous vote.
Yep.
Approving the consent agenda. Town administrator updates.
Yeah, the only thing I have, you did hear about, we did apply for a new grant opportunity for the DHY situation that if we're successful would keep that going with $100,000. But the other one for you to be aware of is that as part of the three-town negotiations, Harwich and Dennis do not appear to be inclined to let go of a provision in a proposed DHY group, and Mr. Forrest, correct me if I go astray here, that would, when the commissioners approve a budget, they wanted a last step in which each town's Board of Selectmen would have to approve that, or some quorum of a three-town Board of Selectmen. So that's likely to be the last detail, I think, that's going to need to be ironed out when we all come together. We did indicate that the last position, based on the meeting we had here in town with our Finance Committee members and with Mr. Holcomb, Mr. Stone, indicated that we were pretty good with the commissioner process. We didn't think that needed that extra step, but Dennis and Harwich really pushed back on that at the last Tri-Town meeting.
So they want each board to have to approve a budget?
Well, so that was an interesting conversation. So they
Or-
talked about a quorum of like everybody that was there, but then we explained to them for each board to actually take a vote that means anything, you need a quorum of your own board.
Right.
Yeah. So
Why would we be opposed to that?
I don't necessarily think we were opposed to that. I think we saw that as an extra step that's not necessarily needed, and nobody really wanted to overly complicate something that seemed to be pretty laid out straightforward with the
So
capital
any one
process.
town basically could defeat a budget?
Well, no. So you would two towns would need to defeat that. Yeah. So that would be the trigger, right? So if two towns defeated that, then what do you do?
The fact that they're trying to bond without
I know.
town meeting.
Right.
I mean, and the people that we're appointing to this particular commission voting don't really answer to the public. I think that is.
That came up.
I think that's an important.
But they answer to you, the commissioners.
But we don't control them. We can only speak for ourselves, and that vote is on their own conscience. We wouldn't try to influence that. So I think that ultimately, this board, who answers to the taxpayers, should.
I think to that point, we spent a lot of time with the consultant talking about what kind of items would come in front of the commissioners for approval. Like, so the capital, the idea of like the plant build out is the big dollar value. But once it gets built out, everything else on a bill is connected to a flow volume. And then it's fluctuating with chemicals and electricity and utility costs. So it wasn't like it was something that would be overly complicated that would be coming in front of you with many moving parts, and there's very little human being component to that budget, so.
If I can just jump in 1 second.
I understand what this.
Yeah, no, let me just add a point to this. I asked Dan to bring it up tonight because I suggested that I think we need to have a board discussion on this. I wasn't suggesting that we do it now, but we needed to flag it for you so that we can schedule some time so we can discuss it amongst ourselves. Because I told him that I thought that there might be some diversity of opinion on the topic. So that's the reason why he's raising it. What's that?
August.
Yeah. There you go.
That might end up being that way.
I just wanted to get that in there before you went on. I do think we need to talk about it, and it would be helpful to have Norm at the table since I think he felt pretty strongly about this. So I think we should have a discussion.
What were his feelings, you know?
He was fine with the commissioner aspect of it.
No, but about the board.
Yeah, that there didn't need to be further, once he understood better how the billing process or what generates a bill gets done, the plant build out and then any other extension that would be done as part of a town initiative if you wanted to amend the plant, and then the annual operating budget is connected to how much flow you're putting through chemicals and utility costs. It was basically a linear mathematical equation as to what the budget ended up being like.
So Harwich and Dennis want the select.
They want the selectmen.
approval.
Yeah, they moved off of the town meeting aspect
And they're
of
pretty
it.
adamant about that.
Yeah, they are, yeah.
I guess if you want an agreement, I don't know.
This would just be, this wouldn't.
I don't see a lot of harm in that.
No, so the commission would
You would still have to
generate it.
recommend it to go to them, so it's.
It would
it's
just
like
be a
fail-safe.
budget approval by us.
Part of the conversation,
Before-
though, was because the way the legislation is set up, there would have to be a tweak in the legislation that's sitting in Boston on this, and also, what would the bond council say about this? Because you're essentially adding, you have legislation that establishes a commission that has an ability to send you the bill, and you're bound by the state law to pay for it. But now this adds an extra level of complexness to the issue that might interfere with that whole concept. So there's a little bit of legal referencing we have to work out, but I just wanted to bring that, to Selectman Forrest's point. At some point in the very near future, we're going to ask all the 3 towns to come together again.
And we've moved past the membership of the commission?
Yeah, we're over that
Once
now.
we change our position and we adopt
Yeah.
the position of Dennis and Harwich.
On the commission membership? No, we're over that now.
Not on the.
Oh, yeah. I mean, if you said to them, the next time we get together with a 3-town group in March, well, the Yarmouth board is okay with this provision to call the 3 boards together for final approval. If it passes legal muster and bond council's fine with it, I mean, that would probably be the finish line for us, I think.
Yeah.
So Norton, Foxborough, and Mansfield, they don't have that.
They don't have that, and what they indicated is that the vast majority, 95% of their items are unanimous.
They
There's
feel
no
the
debate.
control is with the appointment.
Yeah, so we changed the appointment language to also without cause, take a commission member out if somebody got off the reservation. So with or without cause. So to
just say
to
we're gonna
unappoint
remove
somebody is a very easy thing to do. Yeah, that's
It's
exactly
kind
it.
of good, though. I mean,
I don't think it's good.
we've seen people go off the reservation before, the island.
Yeah, but
whatever.
you have to have cause to remove them.
No, under this provision,
Just
yeah.
talk about our own volunteers, our own committees, that you can't remove somebody without cause.
Harwich
No, we have a
was
bylaw on that,
big
but,
on that.
but cause is like the word reasonable. What does it mean, Sometimes, notwithstanding. Sometimes people will fight you on cause. If you have a removal provision for with or without cause, it makes it easier for you to get rid of somebody if you don't like the way they're performing.
I think that could be potentially a political, that's just somebody,
Well, it could. It could be political, but
Somebody's
the
strings,
board's a political
but we can talk
entity.
about that
and-
another time.
August.
We want to go to midnight.
No, we can go do
Well,
that
I
in
just want
August.
Mike to make it to 11.
Okay.
I'm done,
we're
Mike, I'm done.
Dan, you're overruled. You're out.
I'm done.
You have nothing on the school, right?
You're done.
Nothing
Oh, I'm
on
done.
Matakeesh, nothing on Tech, nothing on DPW facility. Can I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved, second.
All in favor? Aye. We beat it. We beat 11. I told you.
Did you beat